Folks, we're waiting on the sheriff's office. They're on their way, and then we'll get started, okay? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being with us. I now call the Knox County Beer Board meeting for Monday, June 23rd, 2025 to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Rawls.
Here.
Commissioner Oster. Here. Commissioner Jackson. Commissioner Hill. Here. Commissioner Thompson. Here. Commissioner Jay.
Here.
Commissioner Frazier.
Present.
6 members present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With me today, to my left, is Miss Kathy Daly from the Clerk's Office, and to my right is our Vice Chair, Commissioner Jay, and Senior Deputy Law Director, Mr. Mike Moyers. Director Moyers, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand and salute the flag. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Director Moyers. Moving on to the approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the previous month's meeting?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Jay, a second by Commissioner Thompson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, Commissioners, we have 0 people signed up for public forum, and we have 5 applications and 2 violations today. Director Moyers, will you now swear in all individuals who plan to testify today?
Yes, if you're here to speak to this board on any item on the agenda, whether you're here to seek a beer license, you're here because you're here for a violation, please stand and raise your right hand. All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Be seated, please.
All right, thank you, Director Moyers. We will now consider applications for beer permits. Madam Clerk, will you please read the first item?
The first item is Essential Stop at 7100 Tazewell Pike, and it's off premises District 8.
Thank you. Hello, sir. How are you? Good. If you will push the little button, it looks like a person. Perfect. Will you state your name and address for the record, please?
Essential Stop. I'm the owner, Imran Dhanani, 7100 Tazewell Pike, Corriton, Tennessee 37721.
Okay. Director Moyers has some questions for you, okay?
All right,
Sure.
so just a few questions. Are you a resident of the state of Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is the information on your application current and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you understand that you will make no beer sales to minors?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you or any of your employees at this location been convicted of any violation of the laws regarding possession, sale, manufacture, or transportation of intoxicating liquors?
No, sir.
Or any crime involving moral turpitude within the past 10 years?
No, sir,
No.
as per my knowledge.
Has beer been sold at this location before?
Yes, sir.
Yes. There's an old beer permit. Do you have that?
No, sir.
Okay. You'll need, if it's at the store, you'll need to turn it in when you come to get your new license, okay?
Sure.
This is for off premises only. Do you own these premises?
I have leased this.
Lease, okay. Does anyone else have an interest in the business?
No, sir. I'm the sole owner.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Knox County and State of Tennessee beer laws?
Pretty much, yes, sir.
And do you agree to conduct your business in conformity with them?
So
You're going to follow those laws?
Yes.
Yes? All right.
I'll try
Have you
my best.
completed a server training program?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm not sure you have to do that. Talk to the sheriff's department on that.
We advise it.
That's all I got.
All right, thank you. Do we have any reports from our departments?
Yeah, Health Department, I forgot about that. Sheriff's Department,
Is this the location that's the bread box currently?
I don't know, it's 7100 Tazewell Pike.
I believe so.
It used to be. yes. I
Okay.
mean, yeah.
So there was a citation that was issued last Monday for sale to a minor that will be emailed to you guys tomorrow. There's two other officers that are going to go out tomorrow to conduct. So after they conduct theirs, I'll email everyone's. But that location did sell to a minor last Monday. But other than that, we have nothing.
Was it the same owner or a different owner?
It's different than him.
Okay,
Yeah, I have not taken over the location yet.
Right, okay.
okay. All right, codes,
They need a CO.
okay. It means you need a certificate of occupancy, sir. You'll get that, so it's from the codes
Yes,
department.
I have applied for that, so.
Okay, well, just like I said, you just have to get it before it's over. And fire marshal?
Pending CO.
Okay. All right, that's it.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? All right, then I am now looking for a motion for the approval of this application pending a CO and the return of the old beer permit.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I have a motion by Thompson, a second by Oster. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Commissioner Oster. Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
Commissioner Jay. Commissioner Frazier.
Aye. All right, the ayes have it. Congratulations, and again, we encourage you to do the server training program if you can
Sure.
for all of your employees.
Oh,
Good
okay.
luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be representing another location too.
Oh, you do have another
Yeah,
location.
the prime spot.
So, right, so don't go anywhere. Madam Clerk, please read the next item.
The next one is Prime Spot, 8920 Maynardville Pike, and that's off premises District 8.
Okay, will you please state your name and address again, please?
Imran Dhanani, I'm representing prime spot 8920 Maynardville Pike, Knoxville, Tennessee 37938.
Okay, thank you. Director Moyers.
All right, sir, same questions. Are you a resident of the state of Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
All right, is the information on your application current and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand you will make no beer sales to minors?
Yes, sir.
All right, have you or any of your employees at this location been convicted of any violation of the laws regarding possession, sale, manufacture, or transportation of intoxicating liquor?
So far, I don't know. Sir. Yeah, because
Fingers crossed, or any crime involving moral turpitude within the past 10
better.
years.
Sir?
Or any crime involving moral turpitude within the past 10 years?
No, sir.
No. All right. This is for off premises only?
Off premises.
Okay, and you've got an old beer permit, 1262, you'll need to turn that in. Do you own these premises?
Yes, sir.
You own these, okay. Does anyone else have an interest in the business?
No, sir.
Okay, who's going to operate the business?
I'm going to operate.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Knox County and State of Tennessee beer laws and regulations?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree to conduct your business in conformity with them?
Yes, sir.
All right. And have you completed the server training program?
Yes.
Yeah,
Sure, sir. I will.
All right. Let's see, Sheriff's Department?
We have nothing.
Okay. Codes?
Needs a CO.
All right. Fire Marshal?
Pending fire inspection approval.
Okay. That's it.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? All right, if not, I'm looking for a motion for the approval of the application pending CO and fire inspection
So
and the
moved.
return of the old beer permit. Have you? You still-
Fire extinguisher has been taken care of. I'm just waiting for re-inspection because I have emailed to, I think, Mr. Travis, I guess.
Okay, so it is pending still, the fire inspection report. Okay, so the motion is pending approval, pending the CO and fire inspection and the return of the old beer permit.
So moved.
I have it. All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Thompson and a second by Commissioner. Oh, sorry. We'll go with Hill. I did hear, okay, Rawls. We're going to give that one to you, Commissioner Rawls. Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate you. All right, roll call, please.
Commissioner Oster. Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Thompson. Commissioner Jay. Commissioner Frazier.
Aye.
Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank
Let us
you.
know if we can be of any help to you, okay?
Sure, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you all.
Madam Clerk, please read the next item.
The next one is Easy Stop Food Mart, number 217503 Tazewell Pike, off premises, District 8.
Hello, sir, how are you? Yeah, if that little
Good.
red light's on, you're good to go. Hey there, if you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Brian Costantino, 9834 Footpath Lane, Knoxville, Tennessee.
All right, Director Moyers has some questions for you.
Sir, are you resident of the state of Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Is the information on your application current and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Do you understand you shall make no beer sales to minors?
Yes, sir.
All right, have you or any of your employees at this location been convicted of any violation of the laws regarding possession, sale, manufacture, or transportation of intoxicating liquor?
No, sir.
Or any crime involving moral turpitude within the past 10 years?
No, sir.
Okay. Has, let's see, beer has been sold at this location before, I take it?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is for off-premise only, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you own the premises?
I don't own it, no.
All right. Is it leased?
It's our company owns it,
Owned by
Easy
a
Stop.
corporation? Okay.
Yes.
Does anyone else have an interest in the business besides the corporation?
No, sir.
Okay. Who's going to operate the business?
Our management team?
Okay. Are you and they familiar with the Knox County and State of Tennessee beer laws and regulations?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree to conduct your business in conformity with them?
Yes, sir.
And have your people completed the server training program?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, Sheriff's Department,
We have nothing.
codes,
They're good.
Fire Marshal?
No issue.
All right, I'm told you need to turn in the old beer permit and a certificate of registration when you get your new permit, okay?
Okay.
And sir, will you will you spell your last name for the record, please?
Costentino.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any question for the applicant? Okay, if not, I'm looking for a motion to approve the application. We don't have any needs, okay.
No, I'll take the second. She can have it.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hill, a second by Commissioner Thompson. Roll call.
Commissioner Hill? Yes. Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Jay?
Yes.
Commissioner Frazier?
Yes.
Commissioner Rawls?
Aye.
And Commissioner Oster.
And the ayes have it. Good luck to you, sir. If you need anything, let us know, and you can pick up your beer permit tomorrow. The clerk's office is always a great resource.
Okay.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item.
Next one is Easy Stop Food Mart number 30. That's 7323 Clinton Highway, off premises, and it's District 6.
Glad to have you back.
Thank you.
If you'll state your name and address for the record, please.
Brian Costantino, 9834 Footpath Lane, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Okay, same questions?
All right, sir. Again, are you a resident of the state of Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Is the information on your application current and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand you shall make no beer sales to minors?
Yes, sir.
Have you or any of your employees at this location been convicted of any violation of laws regarding possession, sale, manufacture, or transportation of intoxicating liquor?
Yes, we've had, I think, 2 violations over the last 2 or 3 years.
They your employees at this location?
Yes, our employees. I think we're just changing a name on we have a current
Okay.
license. It's a name change.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. This is for off premises only?
Yes, sir.
And your business owns the premises?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does anyone else have an interest in the business?
No, sir.
Who's going to operate the business?
Our management team?
All right. Are they familiar with the Knox County and State of Tennessee beer laws and regulations?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree to conduct your business in conformity with them?
Yes, sir.
And have you or they completed server training program?
Yes, sir.
I should hope so. All right. I'm told again you need a certificate of registration and turn in the old beer license. All right?
Okay.
Sheriff's Department,
We have nothing.
codes,
They're good.
fire?
No issue.
All right, that's it.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. Now, I know this location, it's not an easy stop now, is it?
It is an easy stop now.
Oh, so is it just a different owner?
Yeah, I think our next generation of leadership is kind of changing the name on the permit. That's all this is.
Okay. So in this case, do the violations go forward also, or is this a new
I
ownership?
had the same question, Commissioner Hill. Director Moyers, can you answer that question?
I'm not sure. I've never seen that happen before. If it's different ownership, I would think not. So is the ownership the same? Or are we just changing the name of the corporation and the corporate owner's the same?
So Tommy Hunt's our president right now. And his daughter is going to be the next generation of ownership. So I think that's just a name change in her name now.
Right, but it's the same corporation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my feeling would be that, yes, they would carry forward. So if they had another violation, and if it was in 36 months, it would be a third violation.
The clerk's office states that there will be a different name on the permit. As he stated, it's transferring from ownership.
Yes.
That there is a transfer of ownership from, I believe, a father to a daughter?
Yeah.
Yes.
But the corporate name is the same, or is it changing?
Corporate name is the same, I believe.
And
Why are you just changing the permit?
I don't know, but the fact is, it's the corporation that owns it, not the individual. So as long as it's the same corporation, if I were, sitting here just being asked off the cuff without researching it, my feeling would be, if it's the same corporation, that means it's the same owner. It doesn't matter. It's like, what example could I make? If
Yeah,
Warren
I get
Buffett bought 51% of Tesla's stock, then he would be the owner of Tesla, but it'd still be Tesla and still be the same corporation. So my gut tells me that the past violations would still be counted if there were a future violation because it's the same corporate ownership.
I just wanted you to be aware of that because I didn't think that they washed away because I did think you were still Easy Stop. So just, you might caution that management that those violations go forward with them.
Yes. We'll continue to be very diligent.
And
Thank you.
usually you are. I do know you are. Thank you.
Commissioner Hill, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'd be happy to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Second. All right, we have a motion by Hill, a second by Thompson. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jay. Commissioner Frazier,
Aye.
Commissioner Rawls,
Aye.
Commissioner Oster, Commissioner Hill.
All right, the ayes have it. Good luck to you. If
Thank
you have
you.
any questions, let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, please read the next item.
Next one is Midway IGA, 7345 Tazewell Pike, off premises, District 8.
Hello, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
Charles Mark Brown, 19244 Stone Mountain Road, Abingdon, Virginia.
All right, Director Moyers has some questions for you.
All right, sir. I guess you answered my first question. Are you a resident of the state of Tennessee?
Pardon?
Are you a resident of the state of Tennessee?
No, I'm not.
Okay, is the corporation a resident? I guess,
No, we're
Corporation.
based out of Virginia. We have 2 locations in Tennessee right
okay.
now.
Is the information on your application current and accurate?
Yes,
All right. Do you understand you shall make no beer sales to minors?
yes,
Have you or any of your employees at this location been convicted of any violation of laws regarding possession, sale, manufacture, or transportation of intoxicating liquor?
no,
Or any crime involving moral turpitude within the past 10 years?
no,
All right. Beer has been sold at this location before. This is for off-premise consumption only, correct?
yes.
Do you own the premises, or does the corporation?
The corporation I'm representing,
Okay. Does anyone else have an interest in the business?
no.
Okay.
We've got 4 different owners, or
Okay.
3 different owners.
But it's one corporate ownership, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who's going to operate the business?
What is the name? It's going to be, it's Food Country of Tennessee.
Okay.
I was just making sure I had
All
it
right.
right.
Are you familiar with the Knox County and State of Tennessee beer laws and regulations?
Yes,
And do you agree to conduct your business in conformity with them?
yes,
All right. Have your people completed a server training program?
yes,
And I see it's Food Country of Tennessee Incorporated, so the corporation is a Tennessee corporation that is actually going to operate this?
yes,
Okay. All right. I'm told you need a certificate of registration, a business license, and the old beer permit when you come to get your new beer permit. Sheriff's Department,
We have nothing.
codes,
They're good.
fire marshal?
No issue.
All right.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moyers. Commissioners, do you have any question? Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're really partial to our good friends in Coreyton. We want to welcome you to Knox County.
Thank you very much.
Take care of our people out there, would you?
We're planning to do a lot of good stuff there.
Great. Commissioner Thompson?
Yeah, I had a question. So I'm assuming, have you all just recently acquired the IGA or is it change
We are-
ownership or?
We are hopefully going to own it tomorrow after lunch.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Well, welcome again. And if there's no further discussion, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay. Have a motion by Commissioner Thompson, a second by Commissioner Jay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jay,
Aye.
Commissioner Frazier,
Aye.
Commissioner Rawls,
Aye.
Commissioner Oster, Commissioner Hill.
And the ayes have it. Good luck to you, and to echo my colleagues, we really love our Corrigan folks out there. I hope you get involved with that community. The previous owners of the IGA, they have been very supportive of our school community and also our community club and senior center, and get involved with the possum chase if you can. It's a lot of fun, so.
We're very active with all the locations, the
That's-
school locations, everything at all of our stores.
That is great to hear. So good luck to you. Let us know if we could be of any help.
We're very excited.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to further that, if you wouldn't mind, whenever it's convenient, reach out. I'd love to come out and meet you all.
Okay,
you.
wonderful,
Yeah.
wonderful.
All right, Commissioners, we are now on to consideration of suspension and revocation of beer permits. Madam Clerk, please read the first item.
The first one is Four Corner Market, 7512 Sevierville Pike, District 9.
Is the violator present? If you'll come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, please.
Four Corner Market, it's 7512 Sevierville Pike, Knoxville, Tennessee.
And what is your name?
Haley
What is your last name? Spell it.
Patel, Patel.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Is
let's
she
hear
going
the,
to speak as well? Tell us your name and
Dara.
address, please.
Dara Patel.
Patel?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Director Moyers?
all right, Sheriff's Department, give us your report.
On May 12th, 2025, the detectives with the Knox County Sheriff's Office conducted an alcohol compliance check at Four Corner Market located at 7512 Sevierville Pike. The defendant sold an alcoholic beverage to an underage person by taking money and making change, and then decided to check the ID. The defendant tried to unsell the beverage.
All right, ma'am, you've heard the allegation. Do you agree? Is that true or not true?
First, she rang up the beer and she took the money, and after that she realized that she forgot to check the ID, so she checked the ID, and as soon as she realized it's underage, she took the beer back.
Okay.
She had made change on the transaction to complete the transaction. I was observing it.
Okay, Ms. Patel, both Ms. Patels, you all do realize that we have seen you, this will be the third time this year. And we take these offenses very seriously. Having a beer permit is a privilege, it is not a right. And anytime anyone walks out of your establishment with a beverage that are underage, you're putting everyone in harm. Everyone. I know I have some other commissioners who would like to address you as well. Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Commissioner Frazier. So I just want to share a statistic with you because I don't. When things happen, you know, the sheriff's department checks once a month, but the statistics out there that the average person who drives drunk for a DUI, you know, they're getting caught by the sheriff's office. They've done it 80 times before they actually got caught. Now, this estimate comes from CDC and the National Highway Traffic Safety Board, but most drunk drivers are not caught. You know, I have a location in my district who almost took the inspections like, he's like, I'm doing the right thing. I'm always checking IDs. He said, I'm never going to sell to a minor. I'm never going to happen, but I get checked every month. He said, I roll my eyes. I know when I'm getting checked. It just happens. And he tries not to take it as an insult because he's like, I guarantee I'm going to have a perfect track record. I'm never going to get caught because I'm never going to do it. You had a violation in January. You're here in February. You had a violation in March. You're here in April. You had a violation in May. Now you're here again. How many other times, how many other minors have been sold to that weren't caught? Is there any explanation? Because you say in January, we had the cashier training. In March, more training. The person was fired, the person was let go, whatever it is. But then it happened again the month after you were here. So you've been fined twice.
Yeah.
I mean, is there has to be a breakdown somewhere in the standard operating procedure of there's beer on the counter, step one, what do? Step two, what's next? Step three, because it's not a candy bar. It's not a Gatorade. That stuff, sure, whatever, take the money, move on. But it's alcohol.
I know, sir. We have been working on it, and in the January, the guy who sold it, we had to fire her. So we fired him. We hired a new lady, and she sold it. She sold it in a March, and then we decided to let her go. But I'm getting married. I'm literally getting married in 2 weeks. We literally have nobody, so we had to hire her. And she sold it again. We trained her. She already got her training first time. She already got her training second time. And we already have things, whenever they scan the beer, it pops up. But she skipped it. We have been telling her all day, make sure you check it, make sure you check it. And whenever we told her, are you checking the IDs? She is like, yes, I am checking the ID, I'm checking the ID. And she gets frustrated whenever we ask her. But we had to keep her, at least my wedding gets done. But she sold it again. And literally, we have been trying everything we can, but it's not the employer, it's the employee who is doing it. So, and literally, it's just us. So I don't know what else to do. But she quit the job, so now she's not there anymore. And my sister-in-law, she's pregnant. She's literally 2 months, and she already had her miscarriage last year. So we are not gonna force her to work.
Sure. And
I'm sorry.
No, I know that sometimes dealing with employees can be frustrating when it's your business on the line, not theirs.
Yes.
No, I understand that.
That concludes your comments. All right. Commissioner Jay? Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Ross? My apologies.
No problem, Madam Chair. I understand that having employees can be tough, but the issue I really have with this is that the beer permit was issued a year ago, and we're already here. Mm-hmm. Were this many violations in a year? That's tough for me. And it all still falls on management, when you have employees. And so this one is, I'm not happy with this. This is too many violations in a short period of time.
Commissioner Ross, I share that frustration. Again, we understand that there's just two of you, but again, a beer permit, that is a privilege. It is not a right. And as Commissioner Thompson alluded, there seems to be a breakdown in your training. There are numerous resources out there, especially the Metropolitan Drug Coalition. We have a representative here. I urge you to speak with her. They have numerous resources for you to better your training, because I'm a former HR director, and I can tell you there's a breakdown somewhere. And you have to take responsibility for your employees' actions, and that's why you're here today. Commissioner Jay, you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I won't echo what has already been said, but I think we want your business to be successful, but there are rules and regulations and there's laws, and we have to follow them, and everybody has to follow them, and every one of these applicants have to do the same thing that you do, and they have the same challenges. So the statute lays out on a third offense, a $2,500 fine or 90-day suspension. I'm going to make a motion actually to just have a 90-day suspension and not have the option, because you've got to stop, you've got to get this right. If there is a fourth offense, you will have no beer permit, and you will not be able to sell beer. So you can't come back here ever again, or you're done. So I'm going to make a motion to do a 90 days suspension of your license. Your beer will have, the sheriff's office will have to work with you to secure all alcoholic beverages. You will not be able to sell beer for 90 days. Go have your wedding, take a breath, regroup your staffing, work with our team to get things back up and running later this summer and in the fall. And then we wish you the best success. But if you come back fourth time, you're done. So this is a harsh penalty, but it's one that gives you a chance to be successful in the future. So that's my motion.
We have a motion to suspend their license for 90 days. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Rawls. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Jay,
Aye.
Commissioner Frazier,
Aye.
Commissioner Rawls,
Aye.
Commissioner Oster, Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Thompson.
The ayes have it. Again, that,
Introducing the Metro drug.
yes. If you will please see our representative from the Metropolitan Drug Coalition so that you can work together so that we do not see you again. Again, we want you to be successful, but we also, we took an oath to protect the citizens of Knox County. And when this is happening, we have to enforce our rules. So again, I wish you the best. I don't want to see you again. Okay, thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
The next one is Weigel's number 277449, Maynardville Pike, District 7.
All right, thank you. Is the named party present? The owner of Weigel's, number 27. Well, that is our last item on the agenda, or I would move it to the end of our agenda.
Motion to postpone for 30 days.
I have a motion to postpone for 30 days. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Oster. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Frazier,
Aye.
Commissioner Rawls,
Aye.
Commissioner Oster, Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Thompson, Commissioner Jay.
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it. We will postpone for 30 days, and hopefully they will be here with us next month. All right, Commissioners, that is all the business we have for the Beer Board. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
I have a motion by Jay, a second by Oster. We are adjourned.
been over there twice. Once it rained, and we couldn't ever open the pool, so we didn't really get in the water. And I went over there Saturday. I think it was. Sunday was Saturday. After Adam got off work, Brian talked to Ranger there for a while. That kind of stuff. But, I just said hello, you know, and that's just all I did. And they're not going to get a tax exempt.
I think what needs to happen is that the corporation needs to file a lawsuit against the corporate records. They can mortgage your home, do all that stuff. That's fair. Yeah, I think that's an outstanding idea. It's not his meeting. He functions independently.
Good afternoon. I call to order the meeting of the Knox County Commission for Monday, June 23rd, 2025. To my left is Haley Wilson and Kim Ellis with the clerk's office. I see one elected official in the audience, I think the sheriff. I don't think I see anybody else. Thank you, Sheriff, for being here. Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll.
Commissioner Rawls, Commissioner Durrett. Here. Commissioner Oster.
Here.
Commissioner Jackson, Commissioner Russell. Here. Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Thompson. Commissioner Fox. Commissioner Jay. Commissioner Frazier.
Present.
10 members are present.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rawls, present.
And we just had Mayor Jacobs come in, so. At this time, I'll recognize Commissioner Russell for our devotion.
Thank you, Chair Lady. My reading today will be from the Bible from 1 Peter 5, 1 through 6, and this is a message to the elders or people that God has placed in leadership positions. It says, to the elders or leaders among you, I appeal as a fellow elder or leader and as a witness of Christ's sufferings, who also will share in the glory to be revealed. Be shepherds of God's flock that is under your care, watching over them, not because you must, but because you are willing, and God wants you to be. Not pursuing dishonest gain, but eager to serve, not lording over those entrusted to you, but being examples to the flock. And when the chief shepherd, God, appears, you will receive the glory, the crown of glory that will never fade away. In the same way, you who are young, submit yourselves to your elders. All of you, elders and non-elders, clothe yourselves with humility toward one another, because God opposes the proud but shows favor to the humble. Humble yourselves, therefore, for God's mighty hand, and he will lift you up in due time. If everybody will bow their head in prayer. God, I come before you and ask for your forgiveness. God, start with me. Help me to be humble. Remind me always that you are great and that we are small and that we are here to serve you. Amen.
Thank you. Now turn it over to Commissioner Thompson for our Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Sorry about that. I'll make a note. If it's at the pleasure of the body, after we set the agenda, we'll entertain a motion on the education and general government consent calendars, honorary resolutions, and presentation, and then set the rest of the agenda. Additions, 0. Defer to July, number 11. Withdrawals, 52, 55, and 56. Again, that's withdrawals 52, 55, and 56. Non-consent, number 40, 42 through 44, 47 through 51, 53 and 54, 57 to 61, and 28 through 32. So again, that is 40, 42 through 44, 47 through 51, 53 and 54, 57 through 61, and 28 through 32. The Library Advisory Board, Ms. Nikki Walden, has withdrawn her name, so there's only one for District 4, and that's Mr. Luke Durkett. Durkett? I think that's correct. I also want to move number 61 in front of number 58. I feel like that's the order that we need to go in. Do I have a motion?
Motion to set the agenda as amended?
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Durrett and a second by Commissioner Lee. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the education and general government consent calendars.
So moved.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Durrett, a second by Commissioner Hill. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Madam Clerk, if you'll read the first honorary resolution. Oh, we could do that, yeah. I'm sorry, we'll start on those. I apologize.
Item number 28, Resolution 503, approving 10 contracts with A1 Certified Services, Inc., Ballinger Construction Company, First Place Finish, Inc., KWS, Inc., Miller's Electric, LLC, Stanley Homes, LLC, Southeast Restoration Group of Georgia, Inc., DPN Builders, Krug & Sons, Inc., and Conrad Contracting for contractor services in the Knox County Home Rehabilitation KCHR program, federally funded by U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and U.S. Department of Energy.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Durrett, a second by Commissioner Hill. Any discussion? Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do have discussion on this. I raised this issue to Mr. Moyers, at least I think it was early this week, maybe it was last week, but all of these contracts contain a provision, I believe it's paragraph 19 of the contract that makes a statement basically that special consideration will be given to minority and women companies in awarding these contracts. And I think that that provision is not a lawful provision. That violates, I believe, our county's own non-discrimination policy that we voted on in September 2024, which prohibits discrimination based upon race and sex. And the justifications for this particular paragraph were some really old executive orders, not statutory provisions, as far as I know. I asked Mr. Moyers if he knew, and he couldn't identify anything at the time. Maybe he's changed his opinion, but it was Executive Order 11625, which was implemented by President Nixon And then Executive Order 12432, which was implemented by President Reagan. And I think this paragraph is something that has just, I'll use this phrase later, it's governmental inertia. It's implemented, people forget about it, it's there, pro forma, and it doesn't belong there because words do matter. And I don't think that we should be authorizing contracts that have language that is no longer valid, particularly in light of a more recent executive order from March 15, 2025, issued by President Trump that reduced the scope of the federal bureaucracy and limited it to, it took away all non-statutory components. Well, this particular paragraph 19 was a non-statutory component. They were executive orders, and he revoked those executive orders functionally, I believe. And so, therefore, I don't think that we are disposed to vote on this particular provision now. I think it needs to be withdrawn. I think the contracts need to be restructured, and then we can vote on it at a later date. So that's my reasoning for voting no on this.
Thank you. Director Moyers, do you want to add anything?
Well, I ran this by Ms. Holden from the Grants Department, and she looked at the question. Do you want to comment on that, Jen?
Jenny Holden, Grants and Community Development. Commissioner, that actually has been codified. I shared this with Mr. Moyers that this is actually language that is laid out in 24 CFR that requires for us to encourage. I did want to point that out, that it is simply encouraging the use of women and minority businesses, and that is still a requirement by HUD. That is still in the statutory requirements. I expect that that may change at some point in the future, but as of today, it is still in the statutory requirements for HUD.
Okay, are you aware that, or Madam Chair, may I ask a question, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware that the 24 CFR is a code of federal regulations? It's not a statute. It's not the United States Code. It's a provision that was implemented at some point in the past executively. It's part of the executive branch and not a part of something that was voted on by Congress.
And it does include, and I do understand what you're saying, the executive orders are included as part of this, but the executive order that you referenced per this does not actually change anything that is in, and this is the code that actually guides what we can and cannot do with our HUD funding.
Right. You understand that what you're talking about was never voted on by Congress?
I will take your word for that, Commissioner, okay. But I do know that per the regulations, for federal regulations for grant funding, we have to follow what is in 24 CFR.
Right.
Okay. Director Holden, I'll just sit tight on the next ones because I think you're in there. Do we have any other discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Durrett and a second by Commissioner Hill. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
No.
We have 2 noes. Thank you. And the motion passes. Thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 29, Resolution 504, approving a program-based master agreement for consumer reporting and ancillary services with TransUnion LLC for low, moderate-income homeowner rehabilitation loan application approvals in the Knox County Home Rehabilitation Program, federally funded by U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and Community Development Block Grant.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Durrett, a second by Commissioner Hill. Any discussion? This is one that you pulled. Did you have anything that you wanted to add?
I've spoken on this a number of times. This is simply my opposition to block federal grants. Because it's borrowing money to give to us. It's not coming from actual tax revenue.
Thank you. All right, we've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Durrett, second by Commissioner Hill. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? We have 1 no. Motion passes. Next item, please.
Item number 30, Resolution 505, approving a program-based subscription agreement with Home for Life Design for the case management of services rendered to aging-in-place applicants in the Knox County Home Rehabilitation Program, federally funded by U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Older Adult Home Modification Program.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hill and a second by Commissioner Thompson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? One no. Motion passes. Next item, please.
Item number 31, Resolution 507, approving 3 agreements in 2025 Community Development Block Grant Program funds with the following service providers for various activities and programs: Knoxville, Knox County Community Action Committee Homeward Bound Program in the amount of $132,000, Neighboring Housing, Inc., Operation Backyard in the amount of $50,000, and the University of Tennessee HMIS in the amount of $20,000, federally funded through HUD CDBG programs, no local match required.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Thompson and a second by Commissioner Durrett. Commissioner Fox?
I do have some brief discussion on this, and this applies to all these. I just want to make sure, I made a statement on the Commissioner Forum, but I attempted by rule to allow me to register a no vote without having to bring each one of these up, and I was informed by the Law Director's office at the Rules Committee meeting that that was not permissible. So I'm sorry to have to do this, but the law commands it, I suppose. So that's my discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Thompson, second by Commissioner Durrett. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? We have one no. Ayes have it. Next item, please.
Item number 32, Resolution 508, approving a program-based professional services agreement with Martha Pack, doing business as Adapt and Stay LLC for aging in place and occupational services to elderly individuals receiving services in the Knox County Home Rehabilitation Program, federally funded by U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Older Adult Home Modification Program.
Thank you. Do I have a motion on the floor? I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Rawls and a second by Commissioner Thompson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? We have one no, and item passes. Next item, please.
Item number 40 is honorary resolution recognizing July as Parks and Recreation Month in Knox County.
Thank you. Mayor Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. I'm with Knox County Mayor Glenn Jacobs, 400 Main Street. Make sure I identify myself. Obviously, you know Vice Chair Kim Frazier, who is with me at the podium, and it is my honor to read this resolution honoring our parks and June as National Park Month. And it reads, whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout the country, including Knox County. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being, and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, biking trails, splash pads, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation programming and education activities, such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are crucial to school development. And whereas Parks and Recreation increases a community's economic prosperity through increased property value, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and Recreation is fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and whereas Parks and Recreation is essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters,
and climate change, and whereas our parks and recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas Knox County recognized the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commission of Knox County as follows. The Knox County Commission hereby recognizes July as Parks and Recreation Month in Knox County and encourages all Knox County citizens to acknowledge that parks and recreation enrich the lives of residents and contribute to the physical, economic, and environmental well-being of our community. Be it further resolved that this resolution is to take effect from and after its passage, as provided by the Charter of Knox County, Tennessee, the public welfare requiring it. Thank you.
I just want to quickly say our parks and recreational offerings are some of our greatest assets here in Knox County. They create opportunities for families and friends and neighbors to come together and enjoy the great outdoors. We have 61 parks across Knox County, and I am truly grateful to our Parks and Rec team for keeping our parks clean, safe, and a beautiful space for our citizens to gather. So thank you, Director Mack. Thank you.
All right.
You gotta say something.
So normally, we have members on our team that are here this evening up here with me, but this is a special year. This is our 40th anniversary. So parks have been in the county a lot longer than that, but our department's only been around for 40 years. So we'll be celebrating our 40th anniversary this year by doing 40 different activities. We've already started. You can go on our website and you'll see a 40 for 40 link, really kind of, and really inviting the citizens of Knox County to come out and participate in one of our 40 for 40 events. And we will also be celebrating again this year by doing our Park and Recreation Month celebration at Three Ridges Golf Course at the Pavilion on July 23rd at noon, and you're all welcome to attend. We recognize our official of the year, our parent of the year, and also our teammate and team leaders of the year. So if you get an opportunity, please come out and join us. Thank you.
If I could please say one more thing, we'd be remiss if we also didn't recognize the great work that Legacy Parks does in cooperation with Knox County, such as the Knox County Water Trail, which they have helped tremendously on, as well as the new Friends Broad Veterans Memorial Park. And if no one has been out there to see that, please take a chance to visit. It is awesome. So it really is like everything else we do here in Knox County. It's a collaboration among many different partners. So thank you also very much for recognizing this wonderful department, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we have a motion on that one? Oh, we didn't. No. Your chair forgot to get a motion and second on that. Somebody like to?
Motion to approve. Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, Mayor Jacobs. Thank you, Director Mack. And thank you, Commissioner Frazier, for helping out. Next item, please.
Item number 41, presentation Animal Control City County Services, Executive Director Janet Testerman.
Thank you. Hello.
Stand by. Okay.
There you go.
Great to see all of you. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to be here. Thank you, Commissioner Jay, for inviting me to be on the agenda to share a one-year update. I also want to thank Mayor Jacobs, Sheriff Spangler for being a part and agreeable to this transition. I will tell you that I could not be more pleased with our first year and what we've been able to accomplish. With me this evening is our Director of Animal Services, Rachel Ide. Oh, there she is. And she has been truly a tremendous leader. Our team is fantastic, and we're just thrilled with all we've been able to accomplish so far and what we will continue to accomplish. So just going to walk you through some of the highlights really of this first year. Right now, we average over 2,000 calls. When I initially did this proposal and the information that we had from E911, we were basing it on 16 to 18,000 calls a year. Our first year, we had 26,000 calls. And we did make the decision early on, before our transition, instead of continuing our calls dispatched through E911, we brought dispatch in-house. We use an AI, actually Amazon Web Services, so it's an AI platform, and brought on 2 full-time dispatchers. And that has really been, that was a great decision. Because our dispatchers are able to problem solve. So of those roughly 2,000 plus calls we get a month, we're only dispatching out half of those. Now, granted, probably some of those calls are coming in looking for other departments of the animal center. But at the same time, that was really the intent, that we could help problem solve, answer questions that would prevent, having to drive across 526 square miles for each individual call. So that's been great. And again, our goal was to move from the platform of Sight and Seize to Educate and Assist, because we all know that people don't know what the laws are. We're trying to get these individuals and pet owners to come into compliance, and most people are really quite grateful for help. So this kind of gives you a graph of that call volume. A lot of times, bites are certainly one of our highest calls, and we've had a number of court cases over bites, and a lot of people just simply think, it's an aggressive dog. And, dogs bite for a myriad of different reasons. We don't always know what the triggers are, what the circumstances are. But this just gives you some stats that really dogs, bite dogs, are happening either in somebody's home or within their territory. They are not generally stray dogs that are running at large. And so there's kind of a fear factor there of these animals running at large, but really less than 1% are both repeat offenders and running at large dogs. So, we kind of get those questions a lot, and just trying to sort of dispel some of those myths. So, let's see, I hit the wrong button. We do a lot of heat mapping, and so it allows us to look at parts of the county to see where these calls are coming in, where our highest volumes are. This just gives you a snapshot, again, really trying to focus education in a lot of these areas. And so where we see, we definitely have more calls and more animals coming in from the city than the broader Knox County area. But this just gives you a comparison of both our running at large calls in December of '24 and the bites that same month. So again, that correlation between just running at large, it's usually they've just gotten out of a fence. They, slipped out a front door, and so again, those bite calls are dramatically less. So probably one of the greatest statistics of our first year, and again, this was really the ultimate goal, one of the ultimate goals, is we wanted, as soon as we got a call for an at-large or a stray dog, we wanted to be able to return these animals in the field. All of our trucks are equipped with microchip scanners. We returned nearly 500 animals to their owners in the field without those animals coming into the shelter, which would have ordinarily been the case. And we know that those animals are generally, one street over, one block over, 4 houses down. And so our officers are really out in this community, literally going door to door, asking neighbors, trying to reunite those pets with their owners. With that, we've done a lot of outreach, built community partnerships as well. We just had a meeting last week with Knoxville Fire Department because we want to equip some of those stations and a handful of those high volume areas with microchip scanners, because it makes pet owners, it's that much easier for them to come and get their pet. If that chip comes back to an owner, then they can dispatch our team and we can look it up, see where that owner lives. We'll come pick it up, take it home, or a KFD wants to help us as well. So continuing to do that. And we also have Pet Hub tags. It's sort of a new tag that's on the market. It is a QR code that is on these tags, so we're handing those out, especially for our at-large dogs. Or if a Good Samaritan finds a dog, they can scan that QR code. Pet owners can build a profile, obviously have the address, have any vaccination information, whatever they want to include on there. But the more tags we have out there, and currently the city of Knoxville requires city tags. We're trying to do away with that. We know that rabies tags can suffice for that, but these QR Pet Hub tags, we would like to replace with that. So the more tags we can have on the street, the easier it will be to return to owner in the field, which is ultimately keeping animals out of the shelter. And so we're just, kind of blowing and going when it comes to building these resources, trying to make it easy as possible, handing out what we can. So when it comes to resources, again, that was our goal. How to keep pets with their people. We're taking in over 10,000 animals a year in Young Williams, and pretty much 99.9% of those are Knox County. So we are also helping our other departments, our Pet Resource Center, our Pets for Life program, our Animal Services team. They are helping deliver dog food. They have food on their trucks. They have other resources. But they're also helping, we know that transportation is such a barrier to pet owners getting services, where it's vet care, spay, neuter surgery, et cetera. So our animal services team, generally in the morning when calls are lighter, are helping transport these animals, say, to spay neuter surgery. And then we have another team of people that take them home in the afternoon after surgery. So again, it's all of us working together with the community, our animal services team, with the plethora of other programs that we are offering the community and to pet owners. Every truck is equipped, as I said, with food. We have leashes, collars, preventatives, fence fixing supplies, because like I said, a lot of these at-large or stray dogs have just gotten out of a fence. Gate latches are broken, there are holes in the fence. So we're out there fixing fences, trying to keep these animals contained. Again, like I said, we have a team who's boots on the ground, going door to door in our low-income neighborhoods, connecting with pet owners, helping them connect to our resources, again, also trying to create basic wellness. We just started an access to care clinic for these individuals as well. Again, 80% plus of these individuals have never been to a vet, so we're starting to offer those services as well. And this gives you, we are out there also writing citations. We do a lot of verbal warnings. Like I said, we're trying to get these individuals into compliance. And then if they escalate or are repeat offenders, then the elevation of reprimand will go up. And so it's not that we're just, out there in a feel-good capacity. We are definitely doing the enforcement piece. This gives you a little bit, again, we have issued more than 100 citations this year. Like I say, we do start with a verbal warning, depending on what the infringement, what the issue is, and then again beyond that. And again, half a dozen cruelty cases, and that's not a lot when you're getting that call volume. A lot of those, and those are state charges. So a lot of the calls that we get are manner of keeping. Doesn't have food, doesn't have water, doesn't have shade. A lot of times it's a misunderstanding. It could be the dead of winter. It could be freezing cold. That animal just may be out for a brief period of time, but a neighbor might see that. And there are actually a lot of neighbor disputes as well that come into play. But these are just a couple of cases, cruelty cases that we had. This was in the city. We had Bella that, again, lack of veterinary care. Her masses that she had were so extreme, she did have to be humanely euthanized. And again, we had, most people think we just take dogs and cats. We take everything but horses. So we had rabbits come in, and we had a deceased rabbit, and as you can see, we had this emaciated rabbit. So those are cases that we pursue cruelty charges on. And these are counties. We had, in one case, over 20 basset hounds were seized due to unsanitary conditions. All these kids found a great home. They were really sweet. And we currently have 2 active cases with Knox County Sheriff's Office. And what's been great is we have liaisons with both KPD and the Sheriff's Office. They have been truly wonderful to work with. They are very much invested in these cases and working in tandem with our officers on a regular basis. And these are just a few others. You may have heard recently about 2 dogs that were found, I think it's in a Walmart parking lot. One had suffocated with a bag over its head. These are the horrific cases that we do see from time to time. But sadly, it was closed because lack of evidence. And we had another as well. But these dogs do come into us. We perform necropsies. We do the cruelty investigations with our medical team. So we are seeing these cases really from start to finish, and then working with our liaisons in the DA's office to pursue the cases that we're able to. We've worked with the Department of Agriculture with 3 different livestock animal cruelty cases. We work with TWRA. And like I say, we currently have active cases with both jurisdictions. Just a couple of the achievements we've done. We started a cost of care petition. Generally, when animals were confiscated and came into Young Williams, we would have to hold these animals for weeks, even years. When I first got there, there was an animal in our custody, had been for 3 years. And we're kind of stuck holding the bill because either they ultimately surrender, the court causes them or forces them to surrender the pet, or if they do get charged, you rarely see the restitution come in. And so Rachel was able to pursue a cost of care petition where we work to get payment for the care of these animals while they're in our custody. And so Bella, the case I mentioned earlier, was the first case that this was trialed on. We've done extensive training. Every officer comes in, goes through the National Animal Care and Control Association training, and they go through different series of training as well. We recently had a high-level training day with members of the DA's office with other counties who also don't have the resources with the Animal Legal Defense Fund out of Austin, Texas. That was incredible. We had about 30 people from our team and other jurisdictions, DA's office, Sheriff's Office, KPD, as well as other trainings with TWRA, Humane World for Animals, Horse Haven, who we work with on any equine cases. So we are continuing to train our people on best practice and gold standards when it comes to animal welfare. So really, at the end of the day, I mean, our team is going into schools, talking to high school students, going to, nights out with our first responders, and really looking for every opportunity, neighborhood conferences, that kind of thing, hopefully starting to talk to HOA groups just to help educate people on animal welfare in general and pet ownership. We know what the population of Knox County is, roughly 500,000. And so, doing the math, and there are different calculations, but, we probably have 250,000 minimum pets that we're dealing that are within this county and owned by our constituents. So really, we're getting about outreach from 1 out of every 20 individuals in our county. And that's a lot, that's a big number, and that's why our community relationships are so critical, our education is so critical, and really working to enable these pet owners to come into compliance, and as well as connect them with the resources that we're providing with our organization. So I would love to answer any other questions. I did provide all of you with a one-year report. It probably has a little more information in it. Would love for you to read it, answer any questions. Happy to answer questions now. But as always, thank you, all of you, for your support in allowing this transition to happen and, hopefully continuing to support us moving forward. We're doing great work. I'm proud of our team, and I'm proud to be serving this community.
Thank you. I will open it up for questions. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in and presenting to us a year after we went through this transition process with you and with our agencies. Can you go back and talk a little bit about your expanded partnerships and beyond KCSO and KPD? You listed TWRA and 2 or 3 other sort of regional or statewide agencies. I didn't catch that. I wanted to.
Some are statewide, some are national agencies, and I can let Rachel speak a little more to that. But, we take in wildlife as well. We take in sick and injured wildlife, and by state law, we have to euthanize that just for the risk of rabies and distemper. And so, but if we've got healthy wildlife or we get calls on coyotes or that type of thing, we have to defer them to TWRA. And then any other training, did they attend our training?
You want to come up and introduce yourself?
Yeah.
Sorry, yes. I'm Rachel. I'm the Animal Services Director. We did have a training presented by TWRA, so they presented to all of our officers, not only recognizing the wonderful flora and fauna that Tennessee has, far too many, especially in the city, but also letting us know what does sickness look like, what should we be picking up, how to properly handle those animals. So we received training from them. We also have local community partners with Horse Haven, and of course, Ryan trying to reach out to other agencies here. And then the national agencies she mentioned are the Animal Legal Defense Fund and Humane World for Animals. So they did 2 trainings with us as well. Those are regional trainings. We had officers from Cleveland. We had officers from Bristol who came and joined us for those trainings.
Did that training also, I know one, especially in the rural parts of the county, one of the most common calls was about like things that are hit on the road, dead on the road, deer that are injured, things like that. People often don't know where to call. Is TWA working with you, or TWRA working with you all to sort of better understand how those, when those calls come in, how those are handled as well?
If it's smaller wildlife and it's sick and injured, we will pick it up. Unfortunately, deer do not fit in my truck, so they do need to be dispatched by an officer.
Okay, all right, thank you. Back to Ms. Testerman, if you could. One of the primary concerns when the merger happened last year was retention of staff, especially in the officer categories. You had 2 different agencies that had animal control officers. You had your own internal officers putting 3 agencies together and continuing to work. How has that gone on the staffing specifically for the officer side of the equation?
I think it's gone really well. Only one officer from those agencies came over, who is our current supervisor, Amanda Cameron, and she's been great in that leadership role. We hired an entirely new staff of 19 total, including Rachel. And so, we had a very short runway to get up and running, get trained. And I was skeptical as to whether we could hit that April 1st launch date with fully staffed, but we were. We've had a little bit of attrition, but we've also had more than half of those officers who are still here after a year. They're doing great work. We've hired some new ones who have come to us with some experience and have hit the ground running and have really become great. Many have, we get great compliments from members of the community on these officers on a regular basis. So pleased with that team and how it continues to grow.
And my last question, thank you for that update. And I do know that our police chief and our sheriff's officer said that they would gladly be able to use the officers that were formerly doing animal control in other parts of the agency where they needed backup. So to me, it's no concern that only one came over, because they're all doing other jobs that were really important and necessary. And
perhaps it's a good way to start a fresh team and a fresh approach to how you do things going forward.
Absolutely. One thing I would add to that is our two liaisons with the sheriff's office were former animal control officers, but they have been incredibly supportive. They've worked, like I say, beautifully with our team and really supported and commended us for the work that we've been doing.
My last comment was last year as this process went through, I mean, some of our commissioners weren't here last year, but I was arguably one of the most demanding questioners and just somewhat skeptics of how would it work and how would it go, and a lot of the due diligence. You took the time then to walk us through that, hold workshops, answer every question. I said, prove me wrong. I hope for the best, but prove us that, it's going to be great. And that's why I invited you back tonight to do a year report. And I did. In follow-up on my homework, went back, communicated with both our sheriff, our police chief, even our E911 director, and asked, how's it going? And from your perspective, and all three said it's going very, very well. It's been very successful. And I think the most important thing is they've said that their resources and focus has been freed up to focus on the most important things that they work on every day: dispatching calls, dealing with major crimes, dealing with community outreach, patrolling, policing, and that their officers are able to focus more because of the partnership with you all, but they can also jump in on major crimes that involve animal cruelty. It's been a great partnership for them to make sure the resources are allocated in the right spot, and that those who are great at certain things are in those buckets. So a year later, I say congratulations and commend you all on the hard work, and I hope that you'll come back to us maybe every year and sort of give us an update on how it's going. So
We love it. Thank you, Commissioner Jay. I appreciate that feedback. I will say we do a lot of both law enforcement assist. It's amazing how people are arrested and incarcerated with animals in their car who then come to us. So, we hold them through that process, but we do a lot of assist. They're priority calls for us, and so we go out around the clock with our first responders on those cases. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a few questions. Do you all handle in the county barking dogs?
We do handle barking dogs. And this leads me to one thing that I did fail to mention, but so we do handle barking dogs. What becomes a little sticky is that, we'll get complaints about barking dogs, nuisance calls. So we ask the neighbors, which is generally who it is, if that is who's calling, if they can get video or documentation of those, because then those are cases that then go to court, and to have that type of proof. If they're not willing to go to court and testify, it's really hard for us to do it, because by the time an officer gets there, that dog is either inside or has ceased barking or whatever the case may be. So our officers generally can't be witness to that. I also go to a lot of those calls, believe it or not, are neighbor disputes. And so in July, we are starting a mediation with neighbors to hopefully be able to resolve some of these issues and complaints with neighbors, and when they've brought pets into the equation. And so other jurisdictions out there have done it. We are working with a third party to be able to do these mediations, and hopefully we can resolve whatever the issues might be when it comes, but that's the most common. Rachel, you have anything to add on barking dogs?
I'm just very excited for the Community Mediation Center. I'm excited for their expertise. My apologies. I'm very excited for our third party, the Community Mediation Center, working with us. I truly think that with their expertise, nuisance complaints will be better addressed. I truly think that officers rarely address it in exactly the way that a neighbor dispute is hoping, and I think getting everyone at the same table is the best way to move forward. So I'm really excited to do this partnership. I think it's going to be really useful for our constituents. I think it's going to be really useful for our officers, and I think it just shows how entrenched we are with the community and the resources that are available.
A lot of times these dogs are barking at night, in the middle of the night or late at night. So how are you can't get a video of that. Are you wanting people to get up in the middle of the night and go record it?
I mean, virtually. I mean, it's just if that's the case. I mean, that's barking dogs aren't the highest priority calls. So if it's after hours, again, we've got to have some kind of proof if we're going to go to court and be able to testify against it. Otherwise, there's nothing to substantiate it. So we do ask that neighbors get recordings and generally are willing to testify.
Okay. My other question is, what about dead animals, like whether it be a dog or skunk? Or do you take them off the road and then do you go on private property?
We do not. That is Public Works and then road maintenance on the county side who picks up the DOAs on the road. So that is not under our purview.
Okay. And what about on like a skunk? Does that county as well?
If it's DOA on the road, yes. I mean, that would be, but if it's sick or injured, we are picking it up and bringing it back and humanely euthanizing that wildlife.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, she has something to add.
I do want to add a caveat. If there's any rabies exposure to a dog or human, we will, of course, pick up an animal, whether it's deceased or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to echo kind of what Commissioner Jay said a minute ago. Obviously, there were several of us that were not here for that transition, but having experience with Young Williams and animal control before, I would like to, I guess, applaud you all for what you're doing and looking at what you're doing as far as the service versus enforcement. Because you're talking about education. Well, when it was under the sheriff's office, it was very much heavy on enforcement, but not necessarily the service side. And I think you all have shown that in this report, that you're taking a slightly different approach to it. The number of calls, just for clarification, the number of calls that you received that for cruelty or whatever, and the majority of those were then unfounded.
Correct.
So I'm assuming those were then educational opportunities.
Absolutely. And a lot of those would come with verbal warning. So depending on, some of them were unfounded, but then others would come, like I say, not necessarily cruelty by what we might think is definition, but it might be manner of keeping. So food, water, shelter, shade. And so, we can provide those resources, but also help pet owners understand, what the laws are and help them from a pet ownership standpoint, solutions-driven ideas that they can do to address whatever the issue might be.
Okay. And you touched on having readers in vehicles and then reaching out to first responder, fire department with readers. And I'm sure that if anybody's ever on a Facebook community group, there's always posts about, I found this dog, there's a dog, who's it belong to? Certainly speeding that process up. Do you run in, is there still a large percentage of animals that are not chipped?
In fact, yeah, I would say the majority of pets are not chipped or tagged. We do have a position within the animal center that's a pet detective, literally is the role. And so when these animals do come into the animal center, this individual or individuals will scour kind of next door Facebook pages, HOAs, and because there's so many different abilities to post lost animals. And so we're trying to match photos that are out there with the animals on our lost and found page and trying to reunite those. Animals don't always know county lines. They wander. Unfortunately, statistically, 15% of dogs, give or take, ever get returned to an owner once they get to the shelter. Less than 2 to 3% of cats ever get reclaimed from a shelter. So that's why it's so critical to have these partnerships in the community, because there's a much higher percentage for them to find their way home or for us to get them home. So that's why we're really working with KFD and vet clinics and that kind of thing with the Pet Hub QR codes, because the more tags we can get out there, the more the greater chance we have of getting these pets home, keeping them out of the shelter. Of those 10,000 pets we got last year, less than 1,500 were reunited. So again, once they get to us, that percentage of them finding their way home drops significantly.
Sure. And then last question, when you said you take in everything except for horses, that leaves a lot of farm animal out there. Do you see a significant percentage of farm animal welfare claims or calls? And then how do you work with the Tennessee Department of Agriculture? I ran into them. They were having I guess a roadside check a few weeks ago on a Tuesday, because that was obviously sale day, so they're checking all the cattle trailers. But as far as animal welfare for farm animal livestock, how do you all work with them? And are there educational opportunities for the general public when they're driving by a field and see some cows or whatever, and how to address that?
I'll let Rachel speak more to that, but we have always taken in, we take in goats, pigs, and we see, a higher volume of those than you might think. So we also work or, have relationships with area farmers and that kind of thing when we do. Probably one of our first big cases was 28 buffalo that got out, or that we had to wrangle. Who knew there were buffalo? It was a new resident of Knox County. But if you want to add about livestock and the Department of Ag and how we've worked with them on some cruelty and other cases.
I don't have the exact percentages of the livestock calls I have, but if you are interested, I can pull that. That's something I can certainly pull. That being said, I have worked with them and we've come up with a kind of plan. Officers respond first out to animal cruelty complaints, and then if we find that it's significant beyond the education, we just refer it to the livestock ag officer. But if we can educate to compliance, we will do that. It just takes a little bit off his shoulders. I believe he works 6 counties, so it just helps him with that. Again, we're in the community. We work very closely with Horse Haven. We get donated food, so if we're able to do it, we certainly will. But once it reaches a certain level, state law dictates that only state ag officers can do that investigation, so we do refer it to them.
Gotcha. Okay. So the Department of Ag tends to take the lead, and you all support them when they need it. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Testerman. Thank you for being here, answering the questions, and Commissioner Jay for inviting her, and then she was able to prove you wrong. So that was a win-win for everybody.
Hope I can continue to prove them wrong.
I had to throw that out. I do appreciate everything that you're doing. I know how hard you guys are working, and we appreciate it.
Again, grateful for your support. I'm here anytime for questions. Always welcome tours or any other information. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next item, please.
I do take a little offense to that at-large dog reference, but besides that.
Well.
Next item is public forum for agenda items only.
This is where we will wait for public forum items when we get to the item number.
And next item is approval of minutes of the previous meeting.
Do I have a motion? I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Rawls, second by Commissioner Thompson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item, please.
Item number 42 is consideration of the acceptance of new county roads. A, Avian Forest Lane and Avian Forest Units 1 and 2, District 7. B, Janet May Drive, Avian Forest Unit 1, District 7. C, Joy Denise Lane, Avian Forest Units 1 and 2, District 7.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Durrett. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item.
Item 43, consideration of the closure of an unnamed right-of-way that was the original alignment of Hoyle Beals Drive situated between Middlebrook Pike and the relocated Hoyle Beals Drive, Commission District 6.
Thank you. Motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Frazier. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item, please.
Item number 44, line item transfers, total amount of $907,523.49.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Rawls. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item.
There are no budget amendments, so the next item is notary public applications. There were 213 received.
Thank you. Motion to approve? I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Durrett, second by Commissioner Hill. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item, please.
Item number 45, spread of record, the Knox County Mayor's order reappointing Darla Burdall to the First Utility District Board of Commissioners. Item number 46, spread of record travel for the 2025 Tennessee County Services Association, TCSA, Spring Legislative Conference.
Thank you.
Ready?
Next item.
Item number 47, Resolution 110, confirming the Knox County Mayor's reappointments of Margaret Counts and Paul Jordan to the Visit Knoxville Board of Directors. Terms expire June 30th, 2028.
Have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Jay. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? I'm sorry, Commissioner, okay. Okay, and Russell passes. So we have one no and one pass. Thank you. Item passes. Next item, please.
Item number 48 is Resolution 111, appointing Jim Snowden, nominee of the Knox County Mayor or of an official or employee of Knox County, and David McGinley, nominee of the City of Knoxville, Mayor of an official or employee of the City of Knoxville, to serve on the Knox County Air Pollution Control Board. Terms expire June 30th, 2029.
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion on the floor by Commissioner Thompson, second by Commissioner Hill. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
Item number 49, Resolution 112, appointing Angie Gothert, District 3 seat, to the Knox County Library Advisory Board. Term expires July 1st, 2028.
Thank you. I'll make that motion.
Second.
I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Oster, second by Commissioner Frazier. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Commissioner Thompson?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, she took her name off. Yeah.
Item number 50 is Resolution 113, appointing Luke Dukart, District 4 seat, to the Knox County Library Advisory Board. Term expires July 1st, 2028.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Thompson, a second by Commissioner Frazier. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? No. Motion passes. Next item, please.
Item number 51 is Resolution 114, appointing Sharon Smith, District 7 seat, to the Knox County Library Advisory Board. Term expires July 1st, 2028.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Lee, second by Commissioner Frazier. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
Item number 53, Resolution 501, approving 10 agreements in opioid settlement program funds for various remediation strategies addressing opioid substance misuse with the Restoration House of East Tennessee in the amount of $30,000, Metro Drug Coalition in the amount of $150,000, Knoxville Leadership Foundation in the amount of $30,000, YWCA Knoxville and the Tennessee Valley in the amount of $50,000, Volunteer Ministry Center in the amount of $30,000, Wesley House Community Center in the amount of $100,000, Helen Ross McNabb Center, Empath, in the amount of $500,000, Helen Ross McNabb Center, Centerpoint, in the amount of $2 million, Knoxville Leadership Foundation, Knox Works, in the amount of $500,000, and Summit Medical Group in the amount of $425,000, funded with opioid abatement and subdivision settlement funds.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Thompson and a second by Commissioner Durrett. Any discussion? Commissioner Fox?
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we pass this till July. Or I guess it's an amended motion. Is that an amendment, Mr. Moyers?
It'd be a substitute.
It would be a substitute motion.
Substitute, yeah.
All right, I've got a substitute motion on the floor. Do I have a second? Seeing none, the substitute motion dies for lack of second. We're back on the motion. Commissioner Russell?
Yes, I just wanted to make a statement. There are a couple of entities on here that I particularly do not approve of and would not have chosen. However, I believe that the majority of this is being used very wisely, and therefore I will be supporting it.
Thank you. All right, we've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Thompson and a second by Commissioner Durrett. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Madam Chair, I pass on this. I abstain. Thank you.
Okay. Motion passes. Next item, please.
Item number 54, Resolution 506, approving the following 28 defined service agreements funded in the FY 2026 Budget General Fund and Hotel Motel Tax Fund. Boys and Girls Club of the Tennessee Valley in the amount of $20,000, CASA of East Tennessee in the amount of $20,000, Catholic Charities of East Tennessee in the amount of $45,000, Centro Hispano East Tennessee in the amount of $35,000, Community Coalition Against Human Trafficking in the amount of $12,500, Community Mediation Center in the amount of $20,000, East Tennessee Freedom Schools in the amount of $10,000, Emerald Youth Foundation in the amount of $15,000, Friends of Literacy in the amount of $25,000, Helen Ross McNabb Center in the amount of $50,000, Helping Mamas, Inc. in the amount of $10,000, Hillcrest Healthcare Communities, Inc. in the amount of $12,500, Interfaith Health Center in the amount of $50,000, Keep Knoxville Beautiful in the amount of $25,000, Kim Health Center in the amount of $30,000, Knoxville Family Justice Center in the amount of $20,000, Mental Health Association of East Tennessee in the amount of $35,000, Olive Tree Early Learning Academy in the amount of $12,250, Reboot Recovery in the amount of $10,000, Arts and Culture Alliance of Greater Knoxville in the amount of $425,000, Asian Culture Center of Tennessee in the amount of $50,000, Beck Cultural Exchange Center in the amount of $75,000, Legacy Parks Foundation in the amount of $125,000, The Muse Knoxville in the amount of $50,000, Zoo Knoxville in the amount of $1,175,000, East Tennessee Economic Development Agency in the amount of $100,000, Farragut West Knox Chamber of Commerce in the amount of $50,000, and Greater Knoxville Chamber of Commerce in the amount of $1,270,500.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve? I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Durrett, a second by Commissioner Hill. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have one question, and apologies to our clerk, because that was quite a mouthful. My question is, and it may be directed towards Director Caldwell. In this resolution, there are a lot of items, and it was listed in the general budget fund and hotel motel tax fund. Is there a reason that all of this was in one resolution versus dividing it up? Because some of these fit into the general fund and then also hotel motel tax. But my other question was, when we approved the budget, would these not have been in that? Why are we approving it again?
You've got the man to ask.
It's a stretch, but Chris Caldwell of Finance Department. Two things. One, we put all those contracts, Ms. Olden did, in one resolution because they were through that RFP process or RFI process. Two, you are correct. You approved these in the budget, but now you're just approving the contract. So you approved the appropriation, but these are just the detailed contracts of those appropriations.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. That was just a point of clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a similar concern that is aligned with what Commissioner Thompson just said, and that is, I think this violates our charter, which requires single subject resolutions and ordinances. So that's my first objection to that. And when I get done, or go ahead and let's hear if Chancellor Moyers can provide some type of opinion on that. And the basis for this is precisely because it comes from two different funds. And I think that certainly the pattern of this body is to discuss each contract separately. That's been the pattern that we followed since I've been on commission, is every contract is approved separately. So we'd like to hear Mr. Moyer's opinion.
Well, I wish I'd been informed of this objection earlier. As I read the resolution, the single subject is approving a number of contracts that for whose funds have already been appropriated by this commission. As I sit here at the moment, I don't think it violates our charter because, as I say, the money's already been appropriated, and now it's just a matter of these contracts. You could consider them separately, I suppose, but I don't believe, as this is written, that it's violative of our charter. Okay.
Well, you would agree that any contract that we have that is before us, a contract for architectural services, the money's already been approved. So I can't see how that is a criteria that would determine whether or not it violates the single subject rule. So,
well, one difference is that the majority of these contracts, with the exception Arts and Cultural Alliance, I think it's 100,000 is our contract limit, right? So most of these contracts really would not require approval by the county commission at all. Only those that are over $100,000 under our charter would require any consideration at all by the commission. So, this is an opportunity to look at them all, I guess, because under our charter and our contract rules, the mayor could have just signed all of these except for the ones that were worth more than 100,000, which is only 3 or 4 of these, I think, out of the whole group. I think because considered in toto, they are over $100,000. And because they're wanting to put them into one contract, that's why they're even here. But if they were going to do them separately, the only ones you would be considering would be, as I said, the Arts and Cultural Alliance, Zoo Knoxville, East Tennessee Economic Development Agency, and Knoxville Chamber of Commerce. All the rest of them would be below the threshold that would even require county commission approval. So, again, I think the reason it passes the muster of the single subject is because this is all money that's been approved before, and they're throwing this into one big pot. If you wanted to take it apart, then, like I said, we could consider those few contracts that are over $100,000. The rest of them, the mayor could just administratively approve. So.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, the other points I would like to make about, or the other point I'd like to make about these defined service contracts is, if you look at subsection, well, if you look at the Tennessee Code 5-9-109, it talks about charitable civic organizations receiving funds from a county legislative body. And that statute requires that any nonprofit organization desiring funds must provide a number of things. Shall file with the county clerk. I don't know if any of these have done that, but I was able to get some of this information from Director Holden. But they're supposed to file with the county clerk a copy of an annual report of business affairs and transactions, which includes but is not limited to a copy of an annual audit, a description of the program that serves the residents of the county and the proposed use of the county assistance. I got that more or less for most of these. Honestly, I did not have the time to look at all these. But it says, any nonprofit organization that desires such financial assistance may file in lieu of the annual audit an annual report detailing all receipts and expenditures in a form prescribed by the Comptroller of the Treasury. I have that form right here. It's a 2-page form, nothing too fancy. So for these smaller organizations that can't afford to get an audit, they could simply fill this out. But I identified at least 4, there may be more, but I identified at least 4 that provided neither an audit nor the form provided by the Comptroller of the Treasury. And these 4 are Beck Cultural Center, Centro Hispano, Family Justice, and East Tennessee Freedom Schools. So those organizations are not in compliance with TCA 5-9-109. Now, 2 of them did provide 990s, the nonprofit tax returns. One was from 2022, that's Family Justice Center. The other one was from 2023, that's East Tennessee Freedom Schools. But the other 2, they didn't, as I saw it, they didn't provide those. So I'm going to, again, file I would like to make a substitute motion that we defer this particular resolution until July so that we can look into this further and make sure that before we go handing out money to various nonprofit organizations, that they're all in compliance with TCA 5-9-109. It appears that it may have been years, at least 1 year, maybe 2 years since some of these have complied. And that will give us the time. So that's my motion.
Second.
We have a substitute motion on the floor by Commissioner Fox and a second by Commissioner Lee. Director Holden or Director Caldwell, would you like to speak to either one of those items?
Commissioner Fox, I'm not sure. I think that everything you were looking for was in that folder, the shared drive folder that I provided to you last Wednesday. I'll be happy to look at those 4 that you mentioned, but our staff, we have checked every single one of these, and everyone is in compliance with what is required by state law. And I believe it may just be that something was inadvertently left out of that folder for you, but we will absolutely look at that. But yeah, it's been checked multiple times. Now, there are some nonprofits, if the amount of funding that you bring in as a nonprofit agency, you are not required by state law to have audited financial statements. So that may come into play here. I'm happy to look more at that, but I feel absolutely confident that all of our nonprofit agencies that are listed here are in compliance with what's required.
Okay, well, now I may be wrong about Centro Hispano, but let's see here. East Tennessee Freedom Schools, the 4 files that you provided to me were the application, the defined service application, then the 2023 990, which is not what they're supposed to file under this statute. The Tennessee Corporation Annual Report, that's just what they file with the Secretary of State to renew their corporate status. And then the salary information. So like those 4 files, that's all I got. Those don't come.
I believe East Tennessee Freedom School comes in under the requirement to have audited financial statements. Like I said, I will be happy to look at this. I can't look at it while I'm standing here, but I will be happy to have my folks look into it again. But I feel confident that the nonprofits that we are funding have met all the requirements.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you what TCA 5-9-109 says. It says any nonprofit organization that desires financial assistance from the county legislative body. I didn't see a floor, I guess, for that particular issue, but let's see here. tell you which ones I got for Beck. I got the tax return. The four files were the 2023 tax return, the state annual report, which is the corporate report, the Beck salaries, and there's another requirement. I think that's a Knox County code that requires that. And then the defined services application. So that's the four, those are the four files I got on that.
Commissioner Fox, we've got some other commissioners that would like to ask them questions.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to go back to Commissioner Fox's original statement or inquiry about it. Does it violate our charter in the single subject resolution? Right in this resolution, in the first 25 words, it says 28 defined service agreements. Knox County went through a process that was presented long ago about a process in which we issued RFPs and for services that are things that we deem of value to the community that are outside the scope of our individual governmental departments, things that we do with nonprofit organizations, so we don't have to add overhead and additional people and additional resources inside of the general fund. Those were, correct me if I'm wrong, that was issued, those were responded to, those applications were put in, a committee was put together, those were graded, they were determined if they were valid or not, if those organizations were in good standing and valid, they were appropriated certain funds, those were brought to commission, we were shown and questioned about those, they all showed up here, we had that discussion, lots of information was requested, you provided all the information in the process or in the portal for us to examine, but all of that file is under defined service agreements. These are all the exact same things. Now, they may come from hotel motel funds or they may come from general funds, but they're all the exact same thing. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is correct.
And per this TCA 59109, I'm reading it right here, a 990 is a financial statement. An annual report is what it is. A tax return is a financial statement. You would not have presented them to us had they missed any information of our requirements or the state's, and they would not be considered, they wouldn't have made it to the application process and to the consideration of your committee, correct?
That is correct. We
So-
actually did receive applications from nonprofits that didn't provide everything required, and we weren't able to score those.
And so you kicked those out before they even got through the process. So no one would have gotten to us even months ago when we had this first discussion without going through a vetting process to determine are they a company in good standing and have they filled out all the paperwork.
That is correct.
So here we are, we've appropriated, we approved our budget, and now we're approving the contracts to go with them. I don't see why this is ambiguous and unclear. This seems a very clear process. If you do not like a particular organization, that's fine, just say so, and you can vote against the whole thing, but I don't think this is a matter of paperwork and semantics. It seems like much more of a delay tactic because you don't like certain organizations, but it seems to me that it's in very good order and this team has provided more than ample enough information, as well as the organizations who've ever stood up here and represented themselves. So I'll be voting for it, and I think we should move on.
Thank you. Commissioner Russell?
Yes, I wanted to make sure I got the four. It was at Centro, Hispano, Freedom Schools, Family Justice, and Beck. Were those the four that you named? I was trying to highlight them as, okay, thank you. I just wanted to get that. Also, I will be voting no on this just simply because I don't think that it's, and I've expressed this before, I don't think that it's correct for us to tax taxpayers and then give to not-for-profits. I think that it's the job of individuals to give to not-for-profits, so I will be voting against it.
Thank you. Commissioner Rawls?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, Commissioner Jay hijacked. I guess he was reading my mind. But to that point, we've discussed these in the budget And so my question, Ms. Holden, is would this statute even count for organizations that we're pulling from hotel motel tax? And also, would it apply to their fiscal sponsors? Because some of our smaller organizations use fiscal sponsors when they apply for grants, et cetera.
So none of the organizations that we are funding are using fiscal sponsors.
Okay.
So what we try and do is we try and look at the county charter as well as state law and make sure that we have all of those things in place for any of our applicants prior to starting the whole process of reviewing applications.
Okay.
We have a couple of people that go through every application to make sure all of those things are in place. And, you know, we'll even do 2 reach outs to folks to say, hey, you're missing this or that, and if you could provide it. But yes, sir.
No, I think you guys do a great job, and I think organizations having 990s, larger organizations having audits, as a person who sat on boards, the audits are not cheap.
No.
Organizational audits are not cheap, and so smaller organizations do not typically even have those.
And are not required to by
to.
state law.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'd like to echo that, you know, you all run a really tight ship.
Thank you.
So I think to address some of Commissioner Fox's concerns, if we were to pass this, and I apologize if I was the one that kicked off this whole discussion, because I was just asking for clarification, because it seemed like a lot just in one resolution. But to address Commissioner Fox's concerns, if we were to pass this resolution, and going back through it, you realize that there were a couple of these that were named that there was something missing. Would those funds be withheld until they complied?
Absolutely. These are actually all reimbursement grants, so we don't provide any funding to these organizations until they have complied with all requirements, including their reporting, that we do these on a quarterly basis, reporting and expenditures. So yes, Commissioner, if it did in fact turn out that we were missing something, we would withhold payment until we received that.
So my experience with farm grants would be if I spend the money because they're reimbursement. So we're basically just authorizing the reimbursement of money that they spend. So if their receipts aren't in order, if their forms aren't in order, their packet that they turn back into you saying, hey, we've spent this money, we'd like our reimbursement. If you go through and that they've not checked all the boxes that you require for them, they do not receive the money.
That is correct.
Even though we've approved the resolution.
That is correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. I can't believe I'm doing this because but I'm trying to Google what another attorney might have to say on this, because I'm pointing out that we are actually voting on a defined service agreement, not a contract. Would you like to know the difference? I will tell you. The difference between defined service agreements and contracts, all contracts are considered agreements, but all agreements are not considered contracts. Often referred to as gentleman agreements, they are more informal and dependence on all parties honoring the agreement instead of an enforcement by a third party or threat of legal consequences. An agreement is much less rigid and formal. So I might just suggest that since these are agreements, that a part of this process, especially given the fact that our Community Development Department has absolutely done due diligence and required considerable documentation, that these agreements, in fact, would be appropriate. And no, I don't have a law degree.
Thank you. Commissioner Durrett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind my colleagues that we're just not giving nonprofits money to go into their general fund. As Commissioner Jay stated, these are for very specific programs. They're for very specific
reasons. They are so we don't have to hire and add to our general fund for employees and more departments and all of the things that come with it. These are people that are in those fields that we would provide otherwise as a county, but don't have to. So we are supplementing them for doing the job that we would do otherwise that would cost us a lot more money. That is all this is. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Commissioner Durrett just said
I'm going to
what-
withdraw the motion. I'm just saying, I'm going to withdraw my substitute motion.
You are going to
Yeah,
withdraw?
yeah,
Okay.
so we don't need to keep
I was going
debating
to
it.
come back to you and
Yeah.
let everybody else speak
Right, I
first. so-
understand, Madam
okay.
Chair, but I'm just going to withdraw it.
Okay, all right. So Commissioner Frazier, do you have anything to say?
Well, I just wanted to say also that the review committee, I want to go back to that for a minute. We were all invited to the orientation and the training of the review committee for defined services, and I was the only commissioner that attended. And it gave me great insight on what was required of these organizations, what the process was, the timeline, the scoring, and I found it very, very helpful. So if that comes up again, I encourage everyone to attend. I also want to echo a little bit of what Commissioner Durrett said. This county runs a pretty tight ship. We are on a very lean budget. As Commissioner Durrett said, these organizations are providing services and programs that the county cannot financially and should not, because as you know, local government will muck it up. And so I understand the thought process of nonprofits should get out there and raise their funds, but I also represent 500,000 people who have varied needs. And as she stated, the programs and services that are provided by these community partnerships, it's pennies compared to if we had to take it in-house. And so I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Commissioner Fox?
Just, I'm formally withdrawing my motion to defer this to July, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you very much. So we have the motion on the floor by Commissioner Durrett and a second by Commissioner Hill to accept. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
No.
And I abstain from this vote.
Okay, we have we have two passes, Lee and Fox, and we have a no on Russell. Is that correct? All right. And the motion passes, correct? Motion passes. Next item, please.
Item number 57, Resolution 902, approving private chapter number 6, which is Senate Bill number 1434 of the 114th General Assembly to repeal Chapter 148 of the Private Acts of 1983 as amended by Chapter 229 of the Private Acts of 1984 and Chapter 9 of the Private Acts of 2011 and any other acts amendatory thereto relative to the Tennessee Technology Corridor Development Authority, TTCDA.
Thank
Motion
you.
to approve.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Frazier. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, this requires a 2/3 vote, so we will do a roll call.
Commissioner Rawls?
Aye.
Commissioner Durrett? Aye. Commissioner Oster?
Aye.
Commissioner Jackson's not here. Commissioner Russell?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill? Aye. Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson? Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Commissioner Jay? Aye. Commissioner Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioners, we are going to take a 10-minute break, and I only say that because we are getting ready to run into a lot of public forum and a lot of discussion, and so I don't want to kind of break in between that. So let's take a restroom break, and then we will be back at 6:41.
day before the meeting. So because the offices are not open on the weekend, that means Friday. But then sometimes people come and sign up before the meeting started. No, I forgot. It was the podcast. I feel like Presbyterian Church. I think it's because that neighborhood group, I think it's split between two things. There is the 6th district and the 4th. They're having a combined, I guess maybe one district will go first and the district will go. City council candidate forum. So like, I guess there's this one group which is, Lawrence and Stan and Denzel, right? That group, and then the other, James, George, and Matthew, what's his name? I can never remember his last name. It's an unusual name, Barta something. Yeah, exactly. What she said. Oh, for 6th district? Yeah, but I think it only listed a few of them that were coming to the forum. So they didn't have everybody listed. I think Stan is. I think it's Stan, Denzel, Lawrence, who else? I forget. It's on their Facebook. It could just be they invite people and those other folks aren't available. I don't know. I thought about it, but I was. They have a Facebook. On Facebook, they have a Facebook page on it. I'm good. I don't know. It's I thought they had talked about it and for you online. Kim Frater's the vice chair of the board.
Knew it was gonna be Is that not the strength?
Public forum, recap. Individuals or groups seeking to address the commission during a public forum should register by contacting the commission's office via telephone, blank or email blank, no later than 4 p.m. on the day prior to the scheduled meeting, or by speaking to the commission vice chair in person prior to the start of the meeting.
Which, I don't think that's a good idea.
Right, I mean, that's one problem. That's one problem, is meetings start at 5 o'clock, we want to put it in. So, and because, and I said the day before the meeting, but the meeting's on Monday, and because of the weekend, the offices aren't open on the weekend, and really you have to call on Friday.
That's interesting, they got a note up here to speak. They ought to have it back there.
So it does say you can sign up before the meeting, if you call them
Yeah.
early.
Did they not let
Yeah.
Did they not let you? Yeah. I don't know.
Did you come early today? Online form. It's been cleared that way, because they only did it today. It's supposed to be Friday. You can go up and ask. That written one, I know, it's like the equivalent to the recorder, right? It's like the city's equivalent to real phone, right?
I got one out in the car.
It might be too late. But if you have
Need
a
car
phone,
hearts. Need car hearts. But see, if it gets, here's the deal. If it gets warm, and they don't know how many people are here, I'll tell you what. City and county, people are paying through the nose for this. Utilities. Gail said, you don't need that flannel shirt. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Gail, you don't need a flannel shirt.
Right. So when they say like,
It's not as cold in here.
You don't think so?
I still feel a little chilly, but I'm not.
It's nippy.
It's pretty cool.
I don't know what the temperature is in here. About 35. But no, but the chillers that they've got to keep this cold, like I was telling Kenny, if they don't keep it clear, how many people? How many people can be here? And about 1,100 BTUs per body.
We are back in session. Madam Clerk, if you will read the next item, please.
Item number 61 is an emergency ordinance to repeal Chapter 18, Article 4, Division 2, Sections 18-141 through 18-143 of the Knox County Code relative to the Juvenile Detention Center and adopting new Sections 18-141 and 18-142 to place the operation and control of the Juvenile Detention Center under the Sheriff of Knox County and to create a Board of Directors. This amends ordinance number O-91-8-107 adopted August 29th, 1991.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Russell and a second by Commissioner Jay. Is that correct? Okay. We do have a few signed up commissioners, so I will go ahead and let the speakers begin. Lindsay Anfison. Oh, I hope I'm saying that right. Okay. Imani Shula. And if you'll give your name and county of residence for the record, you've got
me
5
again.
minutes.
Imani, Knox County. Today I'm here as a community member, someone who loves our youth and deeply believe in the power of transformation. I'm here to speak against the proposal for the Knox County Sheriff Department to take over the children's facility. And I say this with no hesitation because putting our children in their control is not only the wrong decision, but it's a very dangerous one. We are talking about children. Many of them who are already carrying the weight of systems that have already failed them before they ever step foot in that building. We already have jails, sheriffs, police, prisons, and yet we still have 30 of our youth sitting there that ended up in that position. Is our community better? Do our neighborhoods feel safer? Are our families more whole? Has throwing millions into the carceral infrastructure made our children healthier, wiser, and more supported? Ask your constituents, do they actually feel safer? Punishment is never a pathway to wellness and wholeness. You have people in this very county, community leaders, organizers, therapists, formerly incarcerated people who have lived through the worst of these systems and are now doing the work every day to make this better. They are offering solutions rooted in healing, accountability, and dignity. They don't get paid if more children are locked up. They show up because they care and they know what works because they have lived it. Wisdom comes directly from those who are impacted, and they have the blueprint for healing. This is not about management, this is about values. And do we value punishment more than we value our children's potential? If we allow the sheriff to take over, we are saying loud and clear, we would rather fund cages and care. We would rather expand a system that shows up after harm is done instead of investing what could have prevented it in the first place. You are the decision makers at this point, and we don't have to keep walking the same broken path. We can say that Knoxville has had enough of following that broken path, and we can try something new, because we already have these systems in place that are still failing. We don't want to put our children in the hands of a system that has a history of being brutal, and certainly when the community is calling for something different. And I've said this before, I'm gonna say it on the record. The sheriff has openly stated that he has vacant positions. That was in 2023. He was operating at a 50% staff with a major overdose problem, endangering people inside. And we know that there have been several in-custody deaths. If the sheriff's office cannot safely manage the adult facilities already under its care, it's unthinkable to entrust it with the care of children. Adding vulnerable youth to a system already in crisis is not only irresponsible, it's dangerous and negligent. We have some alternatives. I'm not gonna go all the way into all of them, but we do believe in the oversight committee and being community-led. We really want to see the accountability part built out. This is where we have lost We get people doing reports and making complaints, but there's actually no accountability. Transforming the actual facility design. Yes, that will take funding, but there are therapeutic models that work. Trauma-informed restorative models. These models can work. We have people in our very state that are doing restorative circles when people have died. Community-based models and diversion and support, building those out, investing in directly impacted community-led programs, public reporting. The one that I like under this, I do have more bullets and we can get those to you. I've sent some of you some, creating a youth advisory board so they can shape the policies that affect their lives. We do have the pilot program, strategic, we can recommend strategic partnership and be part of that, redesigning that facility so that it's open 24 hours so that if families recognize their child needs help, they can actually voluntarily go into that facility for help. Long-term evaluation metrics and project budget. We need to try something different. We already have things that are in play to keep throwing money at something and thinking it's going to be a different outcome is what they say is insanity. We can be forward-thinking. We can try something new because this is our future.
Thank you, Ms. Sheila.
Thank you.
Rashad Woods. Mr. Woods, if you'll give your name and county of residence for the record, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Rashad Woods, Knox County. I'd also like to say that we are, at Renounce Denounce, we're one of the service providers to those highest at risk kids in the juvenile facility through the juvenile courts. I want to begin by clarifying that I am not here today to outright oppose the proposed solution by for the Richard L. Bean Juvenile Service Center. I recognize that the facility and its practices are long overdue for a review and potential updates. After all, it has been operating as it is for 53 years. Time does indeed call for a change. I commend the efforts to assess and improve the system. However, my concern lies not with the need for change itself, but with the specific approach outlined in this resolution, particularly the proposal to have the Knox County Sheriff's Department oversee the day-to-day operations of this facility. Let me be clear. These are children we're talking about, some of the most vulnerable community members. They have often endured trauma and hardships that have contributed to their circumstances. Their well-being, both physically and mentally, must be our top priority. Decisions made in haste or without careful consideration can leave lasting impacts on their lives. While I understand the intention behind assigning oversight to the Sheriff's Department, I have reservations based on their past track record. Historically, we have seen issues with transparency and accountability within that department, issues that have at times compromised trust and safety. Can we as a community confidently say that the Sheriff's Department will approach this responsibility with the sensitivity, understanding, and commitment to trauma-informed care that these young individuals deserve? Trust is fundamental. If we proceed with this plan, safeguards must be in place, not only to protect the children's physical safety, but to also ensure that their emotional health is prioritized. Without these protections, we risk repeating past mistakes that have undermined trust and failed to serve the best interest of our youth. Therefore, I ask you all to consider, is this the right approach? Are we truly ready to entrust the care of our children to an institution with a history that raises questions about transparency and accountability? Or do we need to explore alternative solutions, perhaps more oversight, more community involvement, or independent agencies that can ensure safety, well-being, and future of these young people? In closing, I urge us to prioritize the best interests of our children above all else. Let us proceed thoughtfully, with caution, and with the renewed commitment to transparency and accountability. Also, I was watching the meeting earlier today. It was said that the majority of individuals, the children that are housed at that facility, have robbery charges and murder charges. To be clear, every child that commits a crime, out past curfew, anything, they are taken to that facility. They don't just take the ones that are murderers and robbers to that facility, or they have those charges. And also, we have to realize that the individuals that are in those facilities, they're not innocent yet. They haven't been proven innocent yet. Proven guilty yet, I'm sorry. They haven't been proven guilty yet. They haven't had their day in court. So to say that they're robbers, to say that they're murderers, to say that they're anything other than children would be a mistake because they haven't been convicted of anything. And that was just to clear up, like maybe I heard it wrong earlier, or I maybe, I was watching it on a live, so maybe I may have got it, I may have misinterpreted what they were saying. But thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Woods.
All right.
I appreciate it. Mr. Rick Roach. Okay. Bob Cronick. If you'll give your name and county of residence, please.
Bob Cronick, Knox County. I'm against this, and I'm against it for a variety of reasons. What are the most valuable things that we have in our lives? Our children, and we're not taking care of them. It's a community need. I heard the voice of, well, we shouldn't take care of the agencies that are not doing this or whatever. The Bean Center, I had dealings with in the 70s. I started a little program behind Channel 6 called Cooper House. We took adjudicated delinquents that had an average of 9 petitions apiece, not choir boys. At the end of our reign, we had an 80% success rate. Not bad, okay? We got the community involved. I found people, I'll only bring up one name because I like to pick on him, Nick Kazana. Nick's a business person. He was the chairman of our board for 10 years, and his wife complains to me that they spent their first anniversary at Cooper House. So what I would like to suggest, and I have the greatest respect for both Mr. and Mrs. Vandevate, I know what they put into this. This is a bad idea. This is a very bad idea. To open up a system, I want to talk about a system for a moment. You know you have a system when one part changes, all the other parts change. We call it a criminal justice system. That's hoo-ha. It's not. When Mr. Roush was chief of police, he was in the audience when I spoke one day, and the next day I had policemen coming to Pine Gap School for dinner because they got, from what I told them, when you get a father, a mother, a sibling, that system changes. And we've got to get to the point to where we're dealing with that. We've got a national scene that's going to trickle down here that if we don't move forward for our kids, they're going to come after your kids. What we've got here is what the physicians call, physicians have great words, iatrogenics. Y'all know what that means? The operation was a success, but the patient died. We made matters worse. If you were to look at the data that the Bean Center would provide, I will guarantee you that these kids came out worse. When I read about kids being in timeout for 18 hours, when I worked at Lakeshore Mental Health Institute, 15 minutes on timeout. Timeout is short for timeout from reinforcement. They were doing it as punishments. Punishments deter behaviors, reinforcements increase them. So we need some theory. So I'm hoping that maybe you'll find a way to open up the people that are going to work on this, and we'll go forward, because this is the most valuable thing we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aaron Brickness, tell me I'm saying it wrong. If you'll give your name and county of residence, please.
Good evening. My name is Erin Bickness. I live in Knox County. I am speaking from the perspective of a foster mom. This subject is not far away from me. It's not theoretical. I've had 10 different kids in my house this year, 9 of them adolescent boys. And I've seen property destruction. I've seen violence, major mental health breakdowns, including a pretty violent assault against me. That child was in a situation where he almost was sent to the juvenile detention center. And because of a few details, that didn't work out. And I'm here to say, I'm so glad that's not where he went, because we have the data. This isn't just an opinion. Best practices working with youth show, data and research show, sending kids to a mini jail does not make them more prepared to live in our society as functional members who know how to interact with each other. It makes them more likely to know how to exist in a jail. Changing this situation we have that's already bad. The week that that assault happened in my home, I'd been reading the reports about what we were finding about our juvenile detention center. I was horrified, and so that was happening at the exact same time that I was about to have interactions with that system. And now to find out that our big solution to make things better is to get the sheriff's office to take over with a model that we know barely works for adults, truly doesn't, and then to just impose that upon children and say, let's treat them like they need to be detained, punished. None of those things are what works. So I'm really glad that we have organizations in our community that have solutions that work with affected community members and look closely at the research, look closely at models that work in other places, such as Community Defense of East Tennessee. They have come out with a detailed plan that would give lots of guidance about where we could go and what sorts of things would be helpful in these situations. I think everyone else has said what needs to be said, but I just wanted to make sure that these kids are at the center of it. And yes, these kids who have had awful things happen to them can be in situations where they are now causing harm. But that doesn't mean we need to see them as criminals to be locked up. It means we need to look at those underlying issues, trauma, education, care. I see these kids that grew up with such a lack of care. Their brains work differently than the kids who have everything they needed provided for them. And so those are the things we need to be looking at. How do we provide care? How do we make sure that their mental health is supported and that they can be ready to participate in ways that are functional for the rest of us? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do want to call two names that I did call earlier and they didn't respond. I just want to give a chance if they came back in. Lindsay Anfinson, okay, and Rick Roach. Okay, all right. Just wanted to know if they stepped out to the restroom. I just wanted to give them a chance. All right, Commission, I will open it up for discussion. Okay, Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the comments that were made, I hope you all in the community will understand, there's nobody on this commission that doesn't care about our kids. We all care about the kids and the juvenile system. We are under an emergency right now. And I will be supporting this. And I don't think that the sheriff was standing up going, pick me, pick me. I think that this was something that he agreed to do and take on an extra duty. And he's going to have 6 months to get ready for this. But I actually believe that our sheriff is doing a great job. There doesn't mean it's a perfect system. But I do believe that between the sheriff and this plan with the mayor, Mr. I'm sorry, pronouncing you wrong, Dwight, that there has been a lot of time and effort and thought that's went into this. But because of taking care of this urgent need, it has to be done quickly. And this will give 6 months. There'll be weekly reports to DCS. This will be something that will be reported on, studied, and when the sheriff takes it over, after he takes it over, there'll be a period where he can come back and say, I don't want to do this anymore, or it will be decided it would be best to put it in other hands. But since we are in such a dire emergency need right now, I think and I feel confident with the plan, and I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee. I think that is important to say, too, that we found ourselves in an emergency situation that we're trying to figure this out. Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. I do support this emergency ordinance, and for some of the reasons that have already been stated, in that we need intervention and we need it immediately. And all of you out there know, especially those of you that are working with young people. And Dr. Cronick, I need to tell you, you were a blast from the past. When I was in graduate school at UT, you were quite the icon to model with at Pond Gap and the programming that you'd begun there. So I know that you speak with a great deal of authority. I'm not addressing whether the Sheriff's Department is the right move or not, taking it over, although I will say I'm very appreciative that they are willing to line themselves up and step in. If you'll recall, this is an 18-month, 18-month situation. And at the end of that time period, I mean, I hope everything works out great with our Knox County Sheriff's Department. I also hope that maybe other alternatives will also be presented in that time frame. Those of you that are speaking about better, greater ideas, please let's hear them while we're waiting. My real question goes back to, how did we get here? And as I said in our workshop, you know, there is plenty of blame to go around, plenty of blame. Perhaps the leadership was not as conscientious as it should have been. Perhaps the board was not as conscientious as they should have been. But in the end, it was our State Department of Children's Services that were responsible for the licensing and responsible for the oversight of this facility. I really, really have a problem with the fact that they weren't willing to come and address us. I think that's demonstrates very poor transparency and accountability at the state level. And I will tell you, I know personally and I know professionally, there are no harder working people than the men and women at the Department of Children's Services. They are probably the most under-recognized, overworked, underpaid population that we have in our state. These employees are killing themselves and out there on the front lines every single day. And I think this reflects very poorly on the rank and file, the fact that something like this has occurred, and basically with the final authority, the accountability has been virtually silent. I know that in 2023 was when one of the first things that really made it public that I was aware of, an issue in our detention facility. I know then that DCS, who is responsible for the licensing and renewal of licensing, came in at that point. I know then that the Commissioner of Children's Services, this is in 2024, the following year, made the statement to our lawmakers that the Bean Center has been in a non-approved status for quite some time. When I checked on it, at that point, it was 2 years. DCS Commissioner Margie Quinn told lawmakers in a hearing this month, which this month was March of '24, so we've lost another year, We're in the facility on a quarterly basis and continuing to work with them. So here we are 15 months later, and the situation clearly has not improved. I also know at that time, and I would love for somebody at DCS to address this, that there was an attempt made also in 2024 to have the licensing and the approval for these centers actually handed off to an independent entity. And I'm not talking about a private entity. I'm talking about another, the Tennessee Commission of Children and Youth, who had stepped up and said, we would be willing to take over this responsibility. There's 17 facilities in the state that have to go through this licensure process. I know at that time, as overwhelmed as DCS is, that they fought that. They did not want to lose that responsibility. And I think that would be fine if we weren't sitting here where we are today, knowing full well that clearly it was not done. What could they have done, you might want to ask? You know, I believe Mr. Van der Vaart shared that the licensing has to be renewed every year. I did read where by statute they cannot suspend or revoke a license, but they do have the ability to non-approve a new license, which could have happened every single year. They also had the ability to slow down admissions, which did not occur. They also, as I said, had the ability to not approve a new license. So why in the world this whole situation was allowed to go on, in spite of mistakes made and things perhaps not done right below them, the buck had to stop somewhere. And our state agency let us down on this. So, again, I'm hoping that our commissioner will hold true to what she said now 15 months ago and continue to work with us to make it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm giving this statement just, it seems like there's an impression that, or there's an acceptance of a premise that by giving or by having the sheriff provide services, that by necessity means he's just going to be bringing Maloneyville to Sutherland Avenue. And I don't think that's true. I don't think the sheriff wants to do that. The sheriff, from my conversations and research, knows that there's a need for something different at juvenile court versus just regular, the penal form. So I just want to, for those in the audience who say, well, you know, we can't be subjecting children to, you know, the methods of the penal form, that no one wants to do that. And the sheriff doesn't want to do that. So I'm just trying to placate what I hear are alarms raised that I don't think have any basis. So I am, of course, supporting both this resolution and the companion ordinance, and I look forward to the sheriff beginning to assist Knox County in this way.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I was not at the discussion today, I did watch it. Thank you to Knox Community Media for broadcasting it live on YouTube. I was able to watch it, and with the conversations I've had with Director Van der Vaart, I have a lot of confidence in this process. To echo the concerns of Commissioner Lee and Commissioner Hill, we do find ourselves in an emergency situation. This is uncharted water for us, but as I look at or reflect on the different departments within Knox County, we pride ourselves on excellence. And having gone to different commissioner conferences and had a conversation with other commissioners in other counties, there are certain things that Knox County, we're looked at a little differently because we typically have our stuff together. We're on top of it. And I look at this, yes, we're in an emergency, but it's also an opportunity for us to hit this head on, tackle it. It is a very fluid process as we, based on the resolution where it'll have a new board, new director. Yes, the sheriff's office would take over the administrative part of it, but that's very temporary. And so there's lots of opportunity for us to tweak it, mold it, make it what it needs to be, incorporate community partners, and have lots of conversation, because as Director Vandevate has said earlier today, this is, we're all learning this very quickly, and none of us are experts in it. And so with the collective body, tackling with the end goal in mind is to take youth who have found themselves in a not good situation. If we can intervene and change the trajectory of their lives, then they don't end up in the adult side of the Knox County Sheriff's Office. And I think that's everyone's end goal here, from public forum to the folks here to the mayor's office, the sheriff's office. I don't see anybody here looking to do harm to our youth. We're all looking to do it right, but within the tradition or the current state of our county offices and departments. We pride ourselves on having our stuff together and doing it right. And so I will be supporting this, and I greatly appreciate the effort of the mayor's office in collaboration with the Knox County Sheriff's Office and the willingness of Sheriff Spangler to, take 6 months to get up and ready for whatever we ask them to do to handle our youth, not as adults, but as youth, and proceed accordingly. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Durrett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Vandevate, you didn't think you were getting away at this meeting, I hope, without coming up to address a couple of things. Thank you, sir. So I want to kind of just walk through the ordinance for a minute. The first thing it does is it places control and operation under the county sheriff for a period of 18 months. Is that if, in fact, something were to come to light and our CTAS study is finished, if that resolution passes and it gives us something totally new, can we then adjust those 18 months before those 18 months have come to fruition?
Dwight Vandevate, Knox County Mayor's Office. Certainly, Commissioner Durrett, I would think by agreement of this commission and the sheriff, know of no reason you wouldn't have such authority. It's a point that Mr. Moyers has consistently made is, at the end of the day, it is by agreement between this body and the sheriff. So as the situation changes or evolves or you learn additional things, then it certainly is subject to change.
Okay, thank you. So then the next portion of this ordinance, it creates a juvenile service center board of directors, and that composition is 4 commissioners and a juvenile court judge appointee. What would, and we kind of touched on this at our previous meeting, but for those who are unable to attend or view online, what would then be the hierarchy per se of oversight? Because we have mentioned that DCS is the licensing organization. So I see DCS at the top, and then does that board of directors that this ordinance creates, then does it are they underneath DCS?
I would think so. DCS is the prevailing authority of the state of Tennessee. And again, counties are subordinate units of state government. We derive our authority from the state. DCS is the prevailing authority of the state of Tennessee with the body of standards that's published that we discussed today. is the final authority over how a facility like this is overseen. The board of directors that would be created by this ordinance, I would see your initial scope of duties really is making a decision as to who you want to entrust this facility to. And we're recommending that you entrust it to the sheriff for this period of time. And then after that, it falls to the sheriff. For the 6 months of the transition, these employees would be general government employees, but we're going to look to that combination of our interim leadership and Sheriff Spangler for guidance on how that's managed.
Okay, thank you. And speaking of employees, that kind of gets me to my next question. So employees of the center, as you said, in this transition period from now until January 1st, they would be considered county employees, general county employees. Would they then be able to stay on in their roles, and then would they become KCSO employees, or would they have to reapply with the chance that maybe they won't get their job again? What is that going to look like?
Based on our conversations with Sheriff, Chief Havasey, Chief Rubel, Chief Purvis, Brian Bivens, who we hope will be the interim superintendent, the first order of business is to assess and identify within the existing staff folks that want to stay. Some will organically leave simply because of a change in administration, and we wish them well. Others, we think confidently, are capable and talented people that will thrive under new leadership in a new environment. And then, frankly, there are 10 vacancies, which one of the challenges that the sheriff and Mr. Bivens will have is trying to staff those vacancies between now and January 1st. So, again, that at the end of the day will be a question for Mr. Bivens and the sheriff as we go through this transitional period. But by no means, I think, is anybody looking to show all the existing staff the exit. In fact, just the opposite. It's a difficult environment to recruit qualified workforce. What qualified workforce is there, which is substantial, we would certainly think everybody wants to retain.
Okay, thank you. And something that was discussed in our earlier meeting and that Commissioner Fox somewhat touched upon is that this facility does not become Maloneyville Part 2, correct? If, in fact, this does pass, the sheriff is given operational control, what does that look like? Because we talked about it some in our previous meeting earlier, our workshop, that this is not just jail. We're approaching it differently.
Oh, absolutely, Commissioner Durden. I appreciate both Commissioner Thompson and Commissioner Fox's thoughts on that. And the sheriff is here and certainly is more capable than I of speaking on his own behalf, but state law provides how the facility is to be run and how the youth are to be managed during their time there. So we view this, one of the things we're grateful for is we know that Tom Spangler is a skilled and capable administrator. And above all else, that's the confidence that we have. As he comes in, the state gives him guidance and standards. We know he has the talent, skill, and ability and experience and expertise to take those standards and put them into practice. So guidance comes from the state, but administration comes from the sheriff. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, and I believe there's somebody behind you that...
But it's not Tom Spangler.
Right.
I wanted to see if the sheriff. My name is Mike Rubel. I'm Chief Counsel with the Knox County Sheriff's Office. To answer your question, DCS has an entirely separate set of rules that juvenile facilities have to be run by. So to address both what you said and what you're indicating, my transition team is already working on making sure we have policies and procedures in place that comply with those rules. That is everything. Every single thing about a juvenile facility is different than an adult facility. Intake, use of force issues, all of the court issues, everything is different. And we are in the process of making those rules and policies and procedures necessary to comply with those rules. So for those of you that think it's going to be Maloneyville East, it is not going to resemble Maloneyville at all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm kind of jumping ahead to a portion of the resolution that comes up after this, because it does, in fact, figure out what we do in the next 6 months. In the meantime, One of the things is calling our county technical assistance services to conduct a study, an audit, everything that's going on currently and what is a best practice across the state and maybe even other states in our region. While that is being conducted, which we have asked that that be completed by the end of the year, Amani, Rashad, Dr. Chronic, I would love to sit down with you all to hear about trauma-informed care models that are working and where they're working and how they are affecting the juveniles in those centers. And you know, again, as was stated earlier, this is temporary. This is so we can figure out what is best. And while that study is happening, I want to, and I'm sure many other commissioners would love to talk to you about what we can do that's different and be that change agent and that leader. And so I guess that's all the questions that I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rawls?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question for you, Mr. Van Vate. This is more of a statement to 261 and the ordinance. I think we are in a state of emergency. I mean, we have been in a state of emergency for a number of years with the center. I mean, DCS has proved it, but they should have done what they needed to do years ago. And the reporting that happened, et cetera. I'm not a type of blame person, but I will say this. I think we need to take a step back for a second. I think the emergency ordinance is necessary, but I don't know if it's fully cooked. I'm not 100% fully in my heart after many conversations with a lot of people, even on the state level. I'm not 100% that it's where it needs to be. I 100% love the resolution. I think the board needs to be dissolved. I think a new board needs to be established. I think new oversight needs to be established there. And I spoke about some of those things earlier today. I think an outside organization coming in and doing an audit to know where this building and that organization truly stands needs to happen. And I think some experts in the area of serving young people need to come in to assist as Bean moves into its next life. I 100% support 58, but 61, I'm not 100% on the ordinance, just to be frank, and it's tough to make that decision, but that's where I land right now.
Thank you. Mr. Moyers, let me ask you, if the ordinance didn't pass, then would the resolution come into play?
The ordinance, yeah, it would not, because the resolution gives to the mayor, first and foremost, the authority to hire a new director for the next 6 months. Under the current law, the commission does not have the authority to do that. The first step that has to be taken in order to get control over the facility is to repeal these ordinances that carried forward the private acts that created this governing system back in 1977, I think. So that's key. If you don't do that, then the board remains under the authority of the 3 people that are running it now, and there's nothing the commission can do about it. So that's just where we are. If you want the resolution to have any teeth or to go into, I would say if you don't pass the ordinance, then I wouldn't even bother voting on the resolution because it can't go into effect. Now, you could amend the ordinance if you wish, but that would take it out of the realm of being an emergency ordinance, and you'd have to have 2 readings on it. We structured it as an emergency ordinance because, as several commissioners have said, this is an emergency. But
But anyway, that would be my answer to your question. I don't think the resolution can work without first repealing the ordinances that have carried forward this governing structure for the juvenile justice system.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that. That's kind of where that is. I do just publicly want to thank Mr. Van de Veit, who has worked tirelessly the last almost month on this. He has really kind of been thrown into it, like we all kind of found ourselves thrown into it, and I appreciate the mayor being readily available to all of us. I can say to everybody sitting out there, when I walked into Sheriff Spangler's office on a Monday morning, I didn't get the biggest smile and excitement on his face because this is a very heavy lift, and we know that. He doesn't have to do that, and so this is where we are. This is a living, breathing document. It can be amended. We can work around things, and I think what we just need everybody to understand is we are in a predicament that we have never found ourselves in Knox County, and we are trying to do the very best with what we have. And I think that we have a good jumping off point. Does that mean that we're starting at A and we're going to end up at D without some movement? No, but I think we've found something that at least is going to get us to the next point to be able to have conversations and talking. So I just wanted to say that and let Commission know that. So if we don't have any other questions, we do have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Russell and a second by Commissioner Jay. And this being an emergency ordinance, I'm assuming we need to do roll call? Yes. Okay. So, yes, if you'll start with District 1.
Commissioner Rawls,
No.
Commissioner Durrett, Commissioner Oster,
Aye.
Commissioner Jackson is not here. Commissioner Russell? Aye. Commissioner Hill? Aye. Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Commissioner Jay?
Aye.
Commissioner Frazier?
Aye.
All right, so the ordinance passes 9-1. So that passes, and if we can now, we're going to kind of go in reverse order and go to number 58 so we can talk about the resolution.
Item number 58, Resolution 903, one, authorizing the Knox County Mayor to hire a qualified transition advisor/interim superintendent to be placed at the Richard L. Bean Juvenile Service Center to serve through December 31st, 2025. 2, requesting CTAS to complete a comprehensive assessment of the Richard L. Bean Juvenile Services Center. 3, requesting the Tennessee Department of Children's Services Office of Child Welfare Services to continue weekly monitoring visits to the Richard L. Bean Juvenile Service Center. And 4, appointing 4 commissioners to the Juvenile Service Center Board of Directors to serve until August 31st, 2026.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Durrett and a second by Commissioner Frazier. Any discussion? Commissioner Durrett, I would like to offer a friendly amendment in my capacity as chair to insert Commissioner Rawls, Commissioner Jackson, Commissioner Hill, and Commissioner Jay into the resolution. I'm doing so to ensure a broad representation that is reflective of the community. This group also brings a varied forms of social service experience, I believe a necessary trait for successful oversight of the center. Would the maker be agreeable?
Can you repeat those names, please? I got Commissioner Rawls, Commissioner Jackson.
Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Jay.
Okay. Yes.
Is the second agreeable? Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Durrett.
That is okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to talk through this. Basically explain what it does. This is a gap filler for basically tomorrow until December 31st, 2025.
it is to hire let me just start from the beginning. It allows the Knox County Mayor authorized to hire a qualified transition advisor or interim superintendent. 2, it creates that survey or assessment of policies, procedures, staffing, population demographics, et cetera, to be completed by our Tennessee's County Technical Assistance Services. So that with the expectation that that study be completed by or before December 31, 2025. Number 3, we respectfully request that DCS continue their weekly monitoring visits to the Juvenile Services Center, and reports will be provided to the Sheriff, Commission, the County Mayor, and to the Juvenile Court Judge. And then again, it appoints the commissioners at this point that you just mentioned, to serve on the Juvenile Service Center Board of Directors until August 31, 2026. So I just wanted to be clear on that. Clear up any questions that anybody has. I'm here to do so.
Thank you. Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious if Commissioner Lee has any interest in serving, because out of all the people here, she is involved in criminal justice. That's what she does for a living, but I don't know if she does juvenile criminal matters, and so I'd like to hear what she has to say about that.
I would be very interested in serving.
Okay. Well, procedurally, where are we? Mr. Moyers, do we have to vote on an amendment before we can then vote on the main motion?
This was described as a friendly amendment to the maker of the resolution and the motion, accepted by the second. So the current motion on the floor is the resolution that we came in with those four names read into it. So at this point, that is the main motion. It could be amended, but the main motion on the floor is the motion that we walked in here with those four names that have been mentioned and accepted by the maker of the resolution.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I'm going to make a substitute motion that we adopt the resolution as originally supplied, and then we rely upon the commission rules for appointment of commission members to committees in order to determine who would serve on this committee.
Second.
Point of clarification, Mr. Moyers. And if we were to, Commissioner Fox, are you saying we go through the process of appointments like we do where we do nominations and that sort of thing?
Yes.
Would we not have to do that first and insert the names before we adopt this? So we would have to do that first.
Sorry. So yes, if the motion is to, I guess if the substitute is to strike the names and go through the normal commission process, then that's what we'd vote on. If that were successful, then we go through the nomination process and appoint members, the four members, and then we'd vote on the finalized resolution.
Okay. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a thought to Commissioner Fox and Commissioner Lee. I hear your statement about having expertise in the juvenile or in the justice professional justice arena as a lawyer. I would wonder if Commissioner Lee, if you have or have ever had or plan to have clients that would be in the justice facility. You couldn't, I think it would be a difficult conflict of interest if you served on the board of the Justice Center and then in your private capacity represented people in the justice facility. That would, I'm kind of reading the tea leaves that think maybe that's why the chair didn't have you on that list. So it would be a question, and then I think it's a statement. We've said this in every board that we've ever put together. Just because you're on the board, just because you may not be on the board as a voting member does not preclude anybody from this commission from participating, sitting in on, coming to meetings. We do that quite often. I'm not on the rules committee, but I go to there and, sometimes raise my hand. So I think there's not a single person on this board who couldn't. Those will be public meetings, and they will have to be welcome to all people in all cases. So it's sort of a question and a statement at the same time, and I think it's part of the balancing act between being a commissioner and also having a private sector job that may overlap.
Well, okay, I would ask Mr. Moyers if he thinks a conflict, but what I would like to say is, serving as a criminal defense attorney, I do not think that is a conflict. If anything, I think that gives me a better position to evaluate what's going on at the juvenile detention center. That's no different than saying, well, how can the sheriff run it if he's the law enforcement that arrests these kids? So I don't think it's a conflict, because it would only be a conflict if somebody I'm representing were to come before this board, and I don't see that happening. I think that it is how the center is being run and administered, not an individual, a juvenile that would be incarcerated and standing before the court. But I will defer to the law director.
I would concur with Commissioner Lee on this. This board's scope is really the appointment of a superintendent, fact-finding and determining who should run the center ultimately, because the power that's given under these ordinances and resolutions to this committee is to appoint the superintendent of the facility. Whether somebody represents people who live in that or are incarcerated in that facility, if that's the proper word, or not, I don't see how that would be a conflict under the law.
Commissioner Russell.
Given that the names were not in the original resolution, and to be honest, I would actually have some interest in this also. Does this have to be determined this evening, or can it not be voted on separately?
Yep.
So they have to be appointed
This evening.
this evening?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, again, then I will be voting.
We'll get back to it.
Yeah, I will be voting that we open up nominations.
We'll get, Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I would like to hear from Mr. Moyers on the urgency of this, because unlike the ordinance, I don't think this has to be done this evening. This is, for one thing, it's my understanding that Mr. Bean is going to be continuing to serve in an operational capacity until August 1st. And his assistant is going to be continuing to serve in an operational capacity until August 1st. But I'd like to hear what Mr. Moyers has to say about it.
Commissioner Durrett?
I mean, I can speak to that, or if you would like to go ahead.
Please, go ahead. It's your resolution.
The point of doing it now is so it allows for a month time while Mr. Bean and the assistant superintendent are still in the facility. That is, as Mr. Vandevate indicated earlier, an institutional knowledge, 54 years of institutional knowledge that will walk out that door on August 1st. If we then, in fact, wait 30 days to our July meeting, then the board that is then, or this resolution, if we hold off on this resolution for another month, the interim superintendent will not be hired. and the board makeup will not be decided. And so that's why this is done now. And so we can have that month of collaboration with Mr. Bean and the assistant superintendent before they walk out the door. And also so there is an immediate board for oversight.
Well, then, what happens if the commission votes no on this whole thing, and we just say, we're just gonna?
If the commission were to vote no, what would happen is that the facility would basically have no leadership from August 1st until January 1st.
Right.
So, because there will be nobody in a position at that point to appoint somebody.
Well, okay, how about this? Well, I'd like to hear why, I mean, now I see, I'd like to hear why only 4 commissioners were suggested to be a part of this board then. That's what I'd like to hear, and maybe that's for Commissioner Durrett.
I'm happy to answer that. I mean, at this point, we could throw it to all of us, right? All 11 of us could meet monthly, weekly, however often it is deemed necessary to provide proper oversight and proper assistance for this facility. But the point of doing 4 plus, it includes the juvenile court judge's appointee. So someone from the juvenile court that the judge appoints will be on there, will be serving on there, is to try to keep the politicization to a minimum. This is what we can do immediately. And while CTAS is doing their study, we can get the reports, we can have the oversight, we can know what's going on, something we did not have until now. And that is the whole point of having commission representation. I mean, we could have put all kinds of different people on here. The point of it is so there's immediate oversight by us, a county body, that we know what is happening, and then we can proceed accordingly with how we want to fill in the gaps that CTAS may say are taking place.
If I might, Commissioner Fox, the structure that includes 4 commissioners and a representative of the appointed by the juvenile judge was part of the ordinance that we just passed. So I don't think we can unwind that this evening. You know, I'd let Mr. Vanderbilt speak to to why that was structured that way. But the resolution does not create, the resolution just has the slots. The slots were created by the vote that we just had that approved the ordinance. So.
And if we had changed that, it wouldn't be an emergency ordinance.
Exactly. Because under the charter, you have to have the entire language of the emergency ordinance at least 48 hours before the meeting where you vote on it. So if you change it, then it takes it out of the realm of being an emergency ordinance.
Mr. Van Vate, would you like to add to the confusion?
I'll try my best not to, Madam Chair. Just a couple follow-up thoughts, though. Again, to follow up what Commissioner Durrett said, I can't overemphasize that. The current superintendent is the only superintendent this facility has ever had, the only one. The assistant superintendent is responsible for 100% of the back office processes. Jennifer Bodie in finance had some time ago identified this as a point of risk for us, because when one person has that much responsibility, should they fall ill or something happen, you really have a serious problem. So in this case, having as much time as possible for the interim superintendent that's provided for by this resolution, and the current superintendent and the deputy or assistant superintendent to be together, we think that is really, really consequential. We think it makes a big difference in making as seamless a handoff as possible. Beyond that, the board of directors itself is commission's prerogative. Obviously, it's not for us to speak to. I just make the point that these are only one-year terms. So at some point or another, you'll probably get into discussions where people are wanting not to serve because they've already done it 2 or 3 times. But the initial terms are 14 months just to get the agreement underway. And then after that, when you reorganize every September, it calls for reappointment to this board of directors. So like everything else here, this is a work in progress. These things are not etched in stone. And at some point or another, pretty much I think everybody on the body that would want to serve would have the opportunity to do so.
Thank you. Let's see where I am. I think I'm at Commissioner Rawls now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess thank you for putting my name on there. It's another job, but I'm looking forward to it. And I'm being serious about that. I'm looking forward to it because I think we can move in a new direction. I would love, and it is my recommendation that this 5 stay 5 on that board because it gives a good diversity of thought, but also it does not lean heavy on one political party or the other. And we are significantly politicized in the county. And so I would not like to see it lean more on one side or the other. I think 2 and 2, and it is really good. And then somebody from the juvenile court, like you said, works perfectly. So it's my recommendation that we move forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Russell?
Yes, I wanted to get some clarification here. So what will the 4 or the 5, including the juvenile appointed director, will they be able to make any changes that they do not bring back before this body?
No. I wouldn't think, would they?
Under the ordinance and the resolution, the only thing they could do without the commission's approval is the hiring of the new superintendent. I believe it's stated. Let me make sure that I'm right about that.
Because I was reading here, actually, it says we're authorizing the Knox County mayor, and he has already chosen.
Okay, there's
to
2
hire.
parts there. Let me just make sure I'm right about this one thing real quick. Well, let's see here. Okay, I can tell you this while I'm still looking at this. We have 2 time gaps, okay? Our first time gap begins on August 1st when Mr. Bean leaves his position. If you'll notice from the ordinance, the sheriff is not taking over until January 1st of 2026. So the resolution gives to the mayor the authority to appoint an interim superintendent to take over August 1st and to manage the facility until January 1st of 2026, when the sheriff's department would take over for a period of time that I don't recall, but it's a year and a half, something like that. And then at that point, the committee, I believe, is empowered to appoint a director, whether it's the sheriff or somebody else. And I don't think they have to take that to commission, but I need to take a look at this real quick to make sure I'm right about that. Dwight, do you recall?
Now, Mr. Moyers, I'm not sure if it comes in the form of a recommendation from the Board of Directors back to full commission, or if it is strictly the prerogative of the Board of Directors. But to your question, Commissioner Russell, basically, again, as Mr. Moyers has outlined, this is in 2 steps. So the interim superintendent that the mayor hires is a one-time bridge to the point that the sheriff takes it over. After that, the sheriff works with the Board of Trustees by agreement. If the arrangement is working, it continues. If it's not, then either party can rethink it and request to exit from the arrangement. We won't be a party to it after January 1st of 2026. It'd strictly be between commission and at that time the sheriff and any subsequent administrations that you place over the facility.
So to get back to what I was saying, if you look at the ordinance, section 18-142A, it says, there is hereby created a Juvenile Service Center Board of Directors to appoint the administrator of the East Tennessee Regional Juvenile Service Center. Okay, and then you get into the section that talks about what it's comprised of, okay? So that gives to this committee the power to appoint a director. But that power probably doesn't kick in until the sheriff's term is over, unless, if you go to the resolution, or maybe it is the ordinance. Hang on a second. You got two different documents going on here. The operation and control of the East Tennessee, this is section 18-141. The operation and control of the East Tennessee Regional Juvenile Service Center is hereby placed under the control and operation of the Knox County Sheriff for a period of 18 months and ending June 30th, 2027, or such other date thereafter as may be determined by the Knox County Commission. So you've got two things here that may not necessarily be working exactly in compatibly with each other, because one document seems to say that that power exists with the board, but then here it says it goes to the sheriff until June 30th, 2027, or such other date as may be determined by the commission. So the way I would work those two together is the sheriff will run it till June 30, 2027. The commission can extend that if it wishes. If it does not, then the board of directors is empowered to determine who the next director would be. Does that make sense? It's very complicated, but that's the structure we've got.
Can I summarize what I think I hear you saying?
Oh, sure.
Tell me if that's right.
I'll be interested to hear it.
Okay. So, according to the resolution, the mayor is going to be given the authority to hire the interim person.
Immediately for the
That's
six-month period.
number one.
Yes.
Who will be there and when the sheriff takes over in January.
Right.
He will be in charge for 18 months.
Right. And if the commission wants to extend that,
Then we can extend it. If we choose not to extend it, then the board
appoints the
would
next administrator.
appoint the next person.
Yes.
So ultimately, they cannot appoint anyone if we choose to continue with the sheriff.
That would be correct.
Okay, so ultimately, the power still, and the responsibility still lies
Yes.
with all 11 of us.
Yes.
Okay, because I am just, I'm really, I wasn't part, but way back when all of this was written, the buck was passed on to the board that was appointed back in, when all the original ordinances were written 20, 30 years ago. So, the buck was passed on to them, and it really should not have been. We should have always been kind of overseeing that, and I think we see that now, that we do need to have involvement. We all need to have our eyes on it. I don't think there can be enough eyes on something this important. The more eyes, the better, watching over and making sure it's done properly. And I just want to make sure that another board, because we've seen how bad boards can screw things up, I just want to make sure another board can't come in and make another bad decision, that it's going to have to come back, be debated, where the public can have input and be involved.
Well, remember that this board appoints. I think the power of appointment carries with it also the power of termination, as impliedly. So the reason the structure, I can say this is the way it is to make sure that the board of director, the majority of it, are the elected county commissioners that are overseeing it. And if that board were to hire someone who was unsuitable, I think the fact that they have the right to hire, and I think in any contract that we would draft for a supervisor would put this in there, the board would have the power to terminate as well. Those are things that currently you do not have, or you do now that we've passed the ordinance anyway. You now have some power. So,
So I just want to make sure that as a commission, as a body, that we are stepping up to the plate that we, honestly, the body should have stepped up to 30 years ago or whenever. And we're taking on both the responsibility and the burden of doing this.
Commissioner Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have several comments to make. First of all, this commission decided that every board, every committee was going to be voted on. So now we're going to appoint 4. My question is, where do those 4 names come? And why are we not voting what we voted on to do? Even the commissioners used to be able to appoint a library person. Now they had to be nominated and voted on to take the library. So why are we not voting on each one? And if this is not political, why were 2 Democrats selected to be on this panel? If it's not political and it's not supposed to be Republican or Democrat, but we want to divide it to make sure we have 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. So I don't understand why we're not adhering to our policy that we passed, that every board committee would be voted on by this body.
Would you like me to respond? Yes. So the reason that, and I had actually thought about you, Commissioner Lee, but I did have in my mind that there could be a conflict of interest, because if you had a client that was in the juvenile detention center. So honestly, that's really what the situation was. I really tried to make it where it wasn't a political thing, because I don't know if we're all political, and I don't know if me saying, and this was a friendly amendment, so, we have a substitute motion now by Commissioner Fox to axe that, and then everybody can nominate and do your thing. But as chair, I felt like it was important to have a diverse group of people that sat on this board. And so it didn't look like all the Republicans are in charge or all the Democrats were in charge. It was enough voices coming to this board. This board's important, and I really want to try to get this right. So that is honestly that was really the only thing with you, is just I felt like it could be in conflict of interest. And Mr. Moyers has stated that it's not, and I always defer to him. So that's really what it was. It was trying to be not political, I guess, the best that I could do. It wasn't anything else. It was really trying to have enough voices on there where community felt like that they were heard, that Commissioner Rawls' district felt like that they had a voice. Commissioner Jackson actually was extremely, if you saw his post on the forum, he was very, he had a lot of questions on the structure, and I felt like he was really going to dig in and really have some great opinions and thoughts and bring that. Commissioner Hill worked with the schools and the detention center over the years with social work in that situation. I feel like she brings that to the table. And then Commissioner Jay, I felt like it was important to have an at-large that represented all of Knox County. And it really was kind of all the voices. And I've got to say, Commissioner Jay has probably started more boards and been over more boards than any of us. And I just felt like he would have been a good, direction of being able to help the people on the board. So that was really just my thought process, just being honest.
Okay, I just defer to, then this body said we're going to vote on every committee and board. So we're not doing that, and that's.
Well, we will be doing that, because if Commissioner Fox's substitute motion passes, then we'll do the nominations. So,
Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate your thoughtfulness in the nomination of those 4. I do agree that Commissioner Lee does have a wealth of knowledge and experience within the juvenile court system as well. My question is, if we do decide to follow the procedure, because I didn't realize that we were nominating for tonight either. But if whatever four we nominate and get through, if that's the process we choose, will the meeting schedule, because as Commissioner Jay stated, we're all open to attend the meeting. We're not, precluded from it. So will the meeting schedule be published to where if we wanted to attend, I know, sir.
Yeah,
Okay.
they have to be public notice
Okay.
because you've got more than one commissioner.
Okay. And so if we had four and, say Commissioner Jackson was not one of the four, but he wanted to attend because he had some genuine interest in it, he could still attend and have some
You
input.
can still ask questions.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. And then how many, I was reading through it, how many actual board members will be on the board?
It'd be
Five total. So
altogether.
four county
commissioners.
commissioners and then one from the juvenile. Okay.
And
thank you.
that's up to Judge Irwin to appoint somebody from that.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. When Director Moyers, you were talking about the role of this board, I think I'm envisioning, much like Commissioner Russell said, tell me if I'm right, when I'm saying this, that I would, number one, envision that the board would, in fact, any recommendations that we had, bring them to commission. And so it would, in the end, still be a vote of the entire body. I would hope that the commission would truly hear the board, because they would be the ones that would actually be in the thick of it and give serious weight to what they said. But in the end, it in fact will be all 11 of us making the decision. I see this functioning also as this might be a poor example, but a little bit in the role of our school board, who has the ability to hire and fire the superintendent, who is in fact the director, much like this board would have. However, this board would not, in fact, be involved in day-to-day operations.
The board is not given that kind of direct day-to-day
Correct.
oversight. The
Correct.
board's,
That's what we hire the new person to do.
Right.
Okay, so just clarifying that this board is not going to be going in there, watching them every day and telling them what to do, sort of thing. And I do think we can talk trying not to keep it political, but in fact, everything is political. And I do think that the division of the 2 and 2 is beyond fair and reasonable in an effort to make sure that basically that nobody can come back to us and say, oh, you just made a political decision. Because in fact, the board itself will be fairly represented on both sides of the political parties. I also see this as something that at least immediately in the next 90 days or so will be very time intensive. I could see this board perhaps having to come together many, many times just to get our feet on the ground, to understand what it is that, in fact, if this gentleman recommended is hired, what his plan is, what he feels like is appropriate. Running a juvenile detention facility, I can imagine, is no easy task. There are a lot of different models to look at and to understand, and really, I could see how this board would have to be available pretty much to meet whenever the 5 people can agree to come together to meet, would need to be a priority, and that may be a problem for some board members. to be quite as available as others. So that was kind of my takeaway from all of this. Back on the role of the board, though, would you agree that was accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Durrett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner Hill, she basically touched upon what I was going to say is, this is another level of oversight that was lacking for the past 54 years. And as you stated, Commissioner Russell, the commission had no reporting of what was happening at all in the Juvenile Services Center. And so because of that, we felt prudent to create some sort of board that has more interaction with the superintendent, with the service center employees, with DCS, able to know what's happening, and then report back to commission, much as our committees do. That's the whole point. That's why we have those committees, is so not all 11 of us are having to do all of the things that this board is set out to do. We divide and conquer. And that's why this board was created, was to divide and conquer and then report back to commission. And in no way, as soon as the board meets, they can to set their meeting procedures, what they want to do. It could be to report back monthly even. They could vote to have the new superintendent come to commission monthly. And I'm sure they would be open to recommendations from us on how we would like this to be set up, or how we would like them to proceed. And so it's just, again, it's to divide and conquer. It's adding that extra level of interaction from representatives of this body with the Juvenile Services Center, with the superintendent, and with DCS.
Thank you. Commissioner Russell?
Yes, thank you. I will just be honest, I have a bit of a concern with having Rawls and Jackson on there. Rawls just voted against putting the sheriff in charge. Jackson said he would also vote against that he was opposed to having the sheriff in charge. I don't feel like a board that's made up of people who are pushing for failure is the best model, or anticipating failure. They're coming in with a predetermined thought process. And I think that when you have a board, that they should be trying to make it successful and looking for ways to improve it and to contribute. And as far as the political thing goes, I mean, the truth of the matter is Knox County is not 50-50. Look up any election results. You will see Knox County is not 50-50. So it would not be unreasonable for the board makeup to represent the citizens of Knox County.
Commissioner Frazier. Oh, wait, did Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Disappeared for a second, I'm sorry. Under the line.
I think if we're going to make it not political, then we need to make it representative of the overall makeup of the community. And that would mean, basically 3/4 of this commission is Republican and 1/4 is Democrat. If it's 0.72% or it's 72%. So then if you're going to have a 4-person committee, that would be 1 Democrat and 3 Republicans. Or you could make it 8. I expect there to be some substantial, 8, and then you'd have 2 Democrats and 6 Republicans. But I think there's going to be some substantial amendments offered to this next month. But I don't think that 50-50 is apolitical.
Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to go back to the questions about the scope of work of the board. This was a question that I brought forth to Director Vandevate and the mayor during one of our meetings. And just because I asked the question, are there current bylaws, are there current board job descriptions? Does it identify role and responsibilities and also the scope of work of the body? And to our knowledge, we do believe there are current board bylaws. However, at a minimum, whatever rules govern any board or committee of commission would also be applicable. So just to throw that out there too, we could actually use the rules that this commission follows.
Commissioner Rawls.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to speak to, for a little bit of clarification, I'd like to speak to Commissioner Russell's comment about me not liking the sheriff and I did not even speak about the sheriff in my comments about the resolution. I did not even mention the sheriff. So don't assume you know what I was thinking. I specifically said that we need to step back. But I think if you look at my resume, I was appointed by the governor to sit on the HBCU Advisory Council. I've sat on probably 30 boards in the past 15 years, from state level writing policy to small boards impacting community. I know the work, I understand bylaws, that is without a question. And whether I dislike someone, that's a bit juvenile. I'm a professional. I approach this professionally. I may not like everyone here, but you wouldn't know who I don't like because we have a job to do when we sit in this seat. And my job is to represent the people that elected me. And also, not only those folks, but making this county work, right? Like the work of the county. I don't lean into what I like and dislike. It's about the business. And so the business, if I'm elected to that board, would be to make the Bean Center work properly for our children. And that's what I'm gonna do. So I did not appreciate that comment, just so you know. And I mean, like, it was an ugly comment to think that I would want to see it fail. Because if that organization fails, then I'm failing children. And I'm failing predominantly the children in my community. So, just a little bit to think about.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not to, I guess, just to address the politicization of the nominations and removing the political appearance of it. I don't think a local issue, sure, at national level, there's a whole lot of political stuff, but local, we're dealing with a very home issue. And Commissioner Rawls, I think, is correct. There are youth in your area, in your district, who are, served by this detention facility, and we may make sure that we take care of them the way we need to. And I would venture to say, I haven't done a poll, but I would say that some of the folks who spoke in public forum are in your district. Am I correct? Maybe. All right. Some may be in my district. I'll have.
Mine isn't mine.
You're in yours. Okay. Well, what I'm saying is, you know of folks who have been touched by this detention facility. I think it's certainly relevant that you would be considered for the board. Commissioner Jackson, yes, maybe a Democrat, but put a lot of thought and effort. And as far as with the sheriff's office being part of this and maybe having some opposition to the sheriff's office on the board, I don't see it as opposition. I think I see it as some critical thinking. You want to get it right. I think there's good relationships. When Commissioner Jackson and Rawls had the discussion in the commission conference room with public, with the sheriff's office, both of which had good dialogue with the sheriff. There was a good relationship built there. I think there's opportunity there for constructive conversations that are not political. They're just conversations. We want to make sure we get it right. So whether there's an R or D beside the name on this board, it only goes until August of next year. Between now and the next 6 months, yes, there's going to be a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of conversations, a lot of heavy lifting. But in August of next year, there's four new people. It's not set, and we're not set in this resolution. It has to be this many Republicans and this many Democrats. I think we'd be doing ourselves a disservice if we specified you have to have this many Democrats and this many Republicans. I think it's just who's right for the position.
Thank you. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to try to offer some summary comments so we can take some action. I really encourage this commission to stay focused. And I agree with Commissioner Thompson. The children that we are serving at this detention facility don't give two flips if you're a Republican or Democrat. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't. This is maybe why we got down this road. We stopped focusing on the children that we serve, and that should be our only focus. Please look at this resolution and just understand the basics. We are giving the mayor authority to hire an interim person right now, to get involved right now, to overlap with the current administration, to gain as much knowledge in about 40 days as possible, to then run the center. I think that's very appropriate. I think it needs to happen right away. We are asking CTAS to get involved, to work on reviewing the center and give us essentially an audit. They are great at what they do. I think it's very appropriate. Take action. We are requesting that the DCS keep our focus on this center on a weekly basis. Yes, we want that. Take action. And appoint 4 out of 5 of the board members, because 1 is appointed by the juvenile court judge, to get to work and take action. If you want to hold your vote separate of who's going to serve on the board and who's going to, be there for a year, fine. But stop. Do it now. Don't waste any more time. Don't think about automatic amendments to this next month. We cannot be paralyzed by perfection. We are going to have to leave tonight and take action saying this is the best possibility that we had to do the right thing for the right facility for the children that we serve. It's not going to be perfect. We will make a few mistakes. We will work our butts off. This is going to be a huge, heavy lift, and then we'll fine tune it and we'll come back. That's what this first 6 months is for. And we will work with the sheriff, we'll work with the audit, we'll work with the DCS, and we will keep everybody involved. But we are all in this, all 11 of us are in this on our decision, and as much interaction as we want to give. But let's get to a vote and take some action and move forward. And if you want to take out who's sitting on the board separately, fine, but let's get on with it, guys. I mean, seriously, we've been talking about this for an hour and a half.
Commissioner Fox, we'll let you round this out.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I would like to amend my motion, and I hate to, we'll make a little reference to Black Wednesday here, except we're going to do it out in the open like it should have been initially, and that is I make a motion that we adopt this resolution and the names of the commissioners to be put into place are Rawls, Hill, Jay, and Lee. And, if somebody doesn't like that, and then they can make a substitute motion to do them one by one. But that's my amended motion.
Thanks.
Second.
No, my substitute motion was we vote Like, we go through the commission process, the commission rules
He was going to go
process for
through the
each,
nominee, but now you're
Yeah,
saying
I'm
to
saying
insert these names.
those names.
Okay,
those
so
four
let me
names.
make sure I heard you. It's Rawls, Hill, J, Lee.
Correct.
Okay, I want to make sure I heard you right. Okay. And
I seconded.
you were a second, so you're good with that. All right. That's where we are. Everybody on board? Okay. All right. So we have the motion on the floor by Commissioner Fox, second by Commissioner Russell, to adopt the resolution, and the names inserted is Commissioner Rawls, Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Jay, and Commissioner Lee. That's what we'll be voting on. So all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, we have, who's no? Okay, hold on. Yeah, we need a roll call. Roll call. Yeah, starting to, because we started.
Commissioner Durrett,
No.
Commissioner Oster,
No.
Commissioner Jackson's not here, Commissioner Russell? Commissioner Hill? No. Commissioner Lee? Commissioner Thompson? Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Commissioner Jay? No. Commissioner Frazier?
I'm going to pass first round.
Commissioner Rawls?
No.
Would you like to change your vote?
Can I make a comment, Madam Chair? And the reason I pass is because I don't have a strong feeling either way. I think both sets of names would do an excellent job. And so, no, I will stay at a pass.
All right, so we have 4 yeses, 5 nos, and 1 pass, so that motion fails. So we're back to the original motion with the friendly amendment, and that would be Rawls, Jackson, Hill, and Jay. We'll do a roll call on that. Yeah.
Commissioner Oster?
Aye.
Commissioner Jackson's not here, Commissioner Russell? No. Commissioner Hill? Yes. Commissioner Lee?
No.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Fox?
No.
Commissioner Jay? Yes. Commissioner Frazier?
Yes.
Commissioner Rawls?
Yes.
Commissioner Durrett?
Yes.
That motion passes 7-3. All right, next item, please.
Item number 59, Resolution 904, is to authorize a $12.50 charge by the clerk of every court in Knox County having jurisdiction of state misdemeanors and felonies for the purpose authorized and set out in TCA subsection 40-3-106.
All right, do I have a motion on the floor?
Second.
I have a motion by Hill, second by Frazier. This will require a roll call vote. We've got discussion. Commissioner Fox?
Oh, I was just preparing for my roll call.
Oh,
vote,
okay.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Rawls, are you the same?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
Okay. All
Sorry.
right, now we're going to be on roll call. Yeah, you can start with Commissioner Russell.
Commissioner Russell? Commissioner Hill? Yes. Commissioner Lee?
Pass.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Commissioner Jay? Yes. Commissioner Frazier?
Yes.
Commissioner Rawls?
Aye.
Commissioner Durrett?
Aye.
Commissioner Oster?
Aye.
Commissioner Jackson is out.
Would you like to change your pass? Okay. All right, that motion passes 9 and 1 pass. Next item, please.
Item number 60 is ordinance O-25-6-101, amending the Knox County Code, Chapter 38, to add a new Article 9 entitled Fluoride Prohibition. Knox County Code, Chapter 38, Article 9, establishing Sections 28-301 on first reading.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Move to adopt this ordinance. Well, actually, Madam Chair, no, I would like to amend this ordinance. And I thought we were going to, or do we have people signed up to speak?
We have, yeah, we've got to have a motion and a second first.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, very well. Yeah, I would like to amend this, Madam Chair, to read as follows. Section 38-301 fluoride in drinking water. Upon adoption of this ordinance, Knox Chapman Utility District shall, subparagraph A, follow the procedure in TCA section sign 68-221 or -708C to cease fluoridation of its water supply, period. And then, so all the stuff about, I would delete the word permanently and everything after the word supply would be deleted. Then subparagraph B would state, upon executing the directive by the Knox County Board of Commissioners to cease fluoridation, Knox Chapman shall be considered to have performed under this ordinance. So that's how I want that to read, instead of how it reads. Delete the entire subparagraph B that's in there.
Okay.
So based upon that, and do you need me to read that again?
You will probably need to send that to the clerk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Based and just to explain, what that's doing is that's taking out the permanently, and also saying once you do this, you can't put it back in. But it's basic. It's almost like a request, respectfully request. I think I saw in one of our earlier initiatives. But it's directing Knox Chapman to follow this procedure, and when they do that, they've done their duty under the ordinance. And because I'm addressing concerns that were raised to me by a representative of Knox Chapman, who after I met with them, they became concerned about a whipsaw that they might, if one county commission says, we'll take fluoride out, and another one says, we'll put it in, how do they comply with all these different directives? And so in order to address that concern, I'm changing the language. And I'll engage in further discussion after, assuming that I get a second, after the second. But that's my motion, is to adopt it as I have just related.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor with amended item. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Now, we do have 3 signed up to speak. First, we have Scott Prater. Mr. Prater, if you'll give your name and county of residence, and you've got up to 5 minutes to address commission.
Yeah, I'm Scott Prater. I'm a resident of Sevier County. I worked at Knox Chapman there at Knox County for 32 years, so a long time. That's my biggest concern. I'm not here to object to fluoride. I'm not here to have that discussion at all tonight, because that's something I feel like needs to be decided on a state level, like they did in Utah and Florida. That makes it easier for us to uniformly follow it. If y'all do pass the ordinance, we will not fight it. We will abide by the ordinance. I do have concerns. We represent 3 counties, as most utility districts in Knox County do. We go out over county lines. What if Sevier County or Blount County do pass an ordinance, which he's kind of addressed that. But that kind of puts us back. I look at it almost like an executive order. It's going to depend on who's on the commission. The next commission here that represents our district, may say, I want y'all to take it out. And then he's going to be back down here, and then we're going to be here. I just think it's definitely something worth having a conversation about. A lot of new things have come forward. I don't know what, I have a personal opinion of it, but my personal opinion doesn't matter. I represent 16,000 customers in Knox, Sevier, and Blount County. I haven't had any calls or any interest as far as either way until now. And of course, Commissioner Fox, I respect his opinion as well. I had one dentist that's contacted me, Ben Birdwell, so far. And of course, he wanted to come down here. He didn't come this time. I think he's going to try to come if it does move forward. But I'll be glad to answer any questions y'all have. But that's really just my biggest concern is just kind of puts us in a position, today it's this, tomorrow it's that, next year it's something else. I feel like TDEC is in place. We could take the fluoride out now if Knox Chapman's board were to determine that that is what the majority of our customers want, is how we look at it. And so we haven't received any complaints or support either way. So this may lead to more conversation. It may lead us to take the water out or take the fluoride out of the water. It's definitely a movement across this country now, and a lot of things have been brought to light. But I would just ask you all just to give that some consideration from our standpoint. It's going to make us very hard to follow a law that is going to be able to be changed and depending on politics or county or, some of your more rural areas, the fluoride is a really, really big deal for them. Inside the larger cities and stuff, maybe not so much. That's the reason I came down here. I just wanted y'all to hear kind of where we're at. Like I said, I'm not here to fight. We will, if y'all do pass the ordinance, we'll abide by it, after the 30-day, the TDEC, as long as it's determined to be, that it's not against the law to do so. So, but if y'all have any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them the best I can.
Thank you.
That's just all I'd ask y'all to consider.
Thank you. Well, stay close because we may when we get into discussion.
All righty.
So thank you.
Thank you
I
all.
do have a question for him. That's why I turned my light on, Madam Chair. Mr. Prater, first I wanted, was I correct in stating that when I appeared in front of the board that no one on the board said, no, we're not going to do that, right? No one at the time that I appeared in May before, the Knox Chapman board, there was no opposition registered at that meeting. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at that time, the board also said, hey, if you want to take the fire, take the heat in the initiative to do this, then we'll comply. Wasn't that the flavor of the statements made by people appearing at the meeting that day?
That was our stance. Is if you pass the ordinance, we'll abide by it.
Okay.
We're not going to fight that at all. And
Right.
I said I'm going to remain neutral as I can on the situation. And like I said, if y'all do pass it, I am afraid that it would. Like I said, you know how politics are.
Right.
Sevier County, if they come up and say, well, half of your customers are in Sevier County, we want the fluoride back in the water. And then maybe they're not as generous as you are with theirs. And then they try to pass it, say you will not ever put it back in. And then you all come back and say, no, you're going to have it there. And then Blount County, it's just, I would really like to see it decided on a state level.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm going to address that concern in a minute about, is there really going to be a back and forth? But okay, I just wanted, but there were statements made at another meeting that that you all were in opposition. I wanted to confirm that when I walked out of that meeting at the beginning of May, that as far as I knew, you all were not opposing it and you were going to comply.
Yeah, we're not opposing it. We weren't for it. We would go along with whatever county commission.
Okay.
If y'all pass it, yeah.
Okay.
We would do it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Prater. Tiffany Griffith. Ms. Griffith, if you'll give your name and county of residence.
Yes, ma'am. Tiffany Griffith, Knox County. One thing I want to say before I start, this has been brought up in Knox County in 2011 and also in 2016. Especially in 2016, there was quite a big fight about this with people wanting the fluoride out of their water. The largest dental survey ever conducted in the U.S., which was by the National Institute of Dental Research, found virtually no difference in dental decay in children living in fluoridated versus non-fluoridated areas, and stated the difference amounted to less than 0.5% of the 128 total tooth surfaces in a child's mouth. Cavities have declined at impressive rates throughout the entire Western industrialized world over the past 50 years. This decline has occurred irrespective of a country's water fluoridation status. For example, in Germany and Finland, tooth decay rates remain stable and continue to decline even after fluoridation stopped. According to the Oral Health Foundation, many dental problems can be prevented by educating everyone regardless of their socioeconomic background, finding prevention of dental decay with good fluoride toothpaste, an effective toothbrushing technique, and having a diet low in sugary foods and drinks. Although most of Tennessee fluoridates the water supply, we were found to be third worst in the country for dental habits and care. Our state ranked 41st in overall dental health in a 2023 study. With that, I argue that fluoridation of the water is not producing a decline in cavities. We also cannot ignore the effects of the toxicity of ingesting fluoride. In an interview with KUB's Debbie Ailey, she stated, when fluoride gets too high, a public notice is sent to homeowners. According to the Legal Information Institute, public notice must be provided containing the warnings of children under 9 years of age drinking water more than 2 milligrams per liter of fluoride may develop fluorosis of permanent teeth, causing staining or pitting of the permanent teeth, and also drinking water containing more than 4 milligrams per liter of fluoride can increase your risk of developing bone disease. This is alarming. There should never be a probability of a mishap with a toxic chemical of our water supply. Per ADA recommendations, baby formula should not be mixed with fluoridated water. Have any notices been sent notifying of this important recommendation? A recent study by JAMA Pediatrics found fluoride ingestion can negatively impact a child's IQ. According to the NIH, in nearly 100 years of studies that reveal that there are direct adverse effects of fluoride on the kidneys, leading to kidney damage and dysfunction. The last and largest concern regarding fluoridation of our public water supply is the practice being absolute infringement of individual rights to choose to not be medicated. The municipal water district, the city, county, state, nor federal government has the right to forcibly medicate the people without their consent. Dental health is not part of the municipal water's role. Their role is to provide and ensure safe drinking water. We do not publicly medicate any other type of health issues or concerns, nor should we. Respectfully, fluoridation is not mandated in the state of Tennessee. It is a voluntary program. Therefore, I urge you to please vote in favor of the cessation of fluoride in our municipal water system. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Griffith. And last speaker is David Brown. Okay. All right. Now we can open up the floor. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. After our discussion last week on this topic, I asked a pretty simple question of our law director and law department of, do we have the jurisdiction to do that? And I sent a formal request to the law department and asked for clarification. You all have received that. I've sent that out to many members of the public as well who have asked about this. I'd ask Mr. Moyers to summarize that again briefly for us, please.
Chapter 82 of Title 7 Tennessee Code, which deals with the creation of utility districts, declares a utility district, and that is a district created under that chapter. In my opinion pointed out, there are different kinds of districts. There are municipal districts like KUB, I'm pretty sure. There are privately owned utilities, and there are utility districts. Utility districts generally are created by the state under Chapter 82 of Title 7, and that chapter expressly declares them to be municipalities. Now, it is the law in Tennessee that counties have no power to regulate municipalities within their borders. So there's not many reasons to have declared utility districts to be municipalities apart from protecting them from regulation by local governments. On top of that, the state has created the Tennessee Public Utilities Board, which is empowered to fully regulate the rates and the services provided by utility districts. So taking all that into consideration, it is our opinion, this commission does not have the power to force Knox Chapman to do this. Now, if Knox Chapman wishes to comply, that's completely up to them. But I don't believe that it is enforceable against Knox Chapman, either as an ordinance or a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Moyers. I would encourage the sponsor of this not getting into the debate of whether fluoride is good or bad. I think that right now is an irrelevant discussion. I would encourage the sponsor of this to either withdraw it, as we don't have any jurisdiction, or if not, for this body to move to a vote, because I think getting into the debate of is fluoride good or bad is not the discussion we need to have. We do not have authority of this to make this change, and I think that's pretty clear and unambiguous, and we should move forward.
Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would tend to, one question I had for Representative from Knox Chapman. This is an ingredient you have to purchase to put into the water, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it expensive?
I mean, in the big picture, no. I mean, it does cost money, but as far as taking it out of service, it's not hard to do. I wouldn't have the exact numbers. It's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to feed it.
Okay.
So I mean, you know,
pretty insignificant.
Correct.
Okay. How obviously, like the lady mentioned a minute ago, Tennessee, it's voluntary for you either put it in or don't put it. You don't have to put it in there, but it's been broadly accepted that fluoride, you fluoridate water. I following the guidance of the law director, we don't have the jurisdiction to say you can or cannot, or you must do this or must not do this. What would be the process of just polling? Like if the majority of your 16,000 customers said, "Hey, we don't want this," your board votes, you take it out.
Right.
There's no ordinance, there's no law, no restriction required on our end. You say, okay, our members don't want it, or our members do want it, and you take action and it's done.
Right, and that's what I would encourage. You know, our customers, like I said, I've been out there for 32 years, and we've had very few comments either way. TDEC has set it up to where if you are feeding it, then you have to go through the 30-day, and you have to make public notice, and you have to go through all that. If you want to start feeding it, you have to do the same thing. That's, I mean, once you've started feeding it back in the 60s, 70s, at this point, we'd have to go through that. Even if you all pass the ordinance, we'd still have to do the 30-day. It's just we don't have a choice at that, or our customers wouldn't either. But, I mean, I would encourage the lady that spoke here. I mean, we're very open to talking about it. I mean, that's where this country's at now. And, if we felt like the majority of our customers, or we could, if they wanted it out, we'd have no problem taking it out. But we're going to have just as many people reach out to want it to remain in the water. The ADA, CDC, all those are still in support of it.
Sure.
So that's kind of where we're at. I mean, we're just kind of, I said, I'm going to remain neutral on it. And if enough of our customers, come forward, I'd have no problem at all taking some kind of a vote or whatever and seeing what we could do. That would be the roughest part, would actually taking a vote. But we could have public meetings for a couple of months and see who shows up and what kind of interest there is. And I think that would be the proper way to handle it myself.
Well, and I'm not suggesting you go out and do that.
Sure,
but,
I'm just saying that would
but
be, I just want to encourage, I know if this lady, was, if she's one of our customers, I would strongly encourage her to, she's free to come to a board meeting, address our board just like, Commissioner Fox did. I mean, they're open to the public just like this. We've never had anybody, question it or go either way with it, so.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, and after hearing the from Director Moyers, with Tennessee being voluntary, it doesn't even seem like it needs to be a state level thing. It just needs to be a local member customer level where instead of petition the government and the county commission, voice the concerns to Knox Chapman or KUB or whoever the water provider is and say, handle it at that level and
this is just one of those,
and we stay out of it.
Yeah, and it's just like one of those fights. Now, I mean, politics is politics nowadays, and it's no matter which way we go with this, we're going to have a firestorm from the other side, just like you all have here. So that's, and I mean, we're prepared for that. We can deal with that as long as we have it in an open forum and everybody kind of keeps their cool and we talk and we actually get facts and we look at the facts and we go from there. I don't have a problem with that at all. And I think most districts feel that way. I just think a county commission forcing our hand, I don't think that does our customers a favor or us a favor or constituents out here. I would like to see the state address it. That's not my say, but I would like to see TDEC get involved and let's come up with something and decide what we want to do about this or how, because it's not really fair to, I mean, if you put the ordinance out there and Knox Chapman takes it out of our water, all of y'all have to vote on it. If we're really and truly, you feel like we're poisoning our customers, y'all are voting to keep it in your districts and continue poisoning yours, but you're going to take it out of ours. So I just think, and at first I thought maybe it could be on a county level, but with all of us representing multiple counties, that just makes it really tough. So it really needs to be kept either to the district to decide or for the state to decide. And that's kind of my stance on that, or how I feel about it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a number of statements I want to make with respect to this initiative. Number one, the representative for most of South Knox County in the General Assembly, Elaine Davis, was the co-sponsor of a bill to limit the use of fluoride as an additive to drinking water. So that, I think, in and of itself is a statement that this is something that's wanted by South Knox County. I did meet with a neighborhood group after I met with Knox Chapman. I regularly attend the South Knox neighborhood or South Doyle Neighborhood Association and informed everybody there that I was intending on pursuing this, and I heard no objection. Except there was Dr. Crawwinkle. He registered some objection, and then we shared some data afterwards, and he seemed to be on board after that. He thought I was condemning fluoride altogether, and when I said no, it's useful as a topical. Now, some people would even take they would take exception to that, but that's the basis on which it ought to be used, not for ingestion, and he was on board with that. So I think the one person that maybe had any kind of alarm was satisfied with that conversation. And Adam knows who Dr. Crawwinkle is. He's active in the Tennessee Farm Bureau, and he lives in my district. I think that the commission should defer to what I'm doing for South Knox County because Knox Chapman says they're going to comply. So if they're going to comply, the issue of whether or not this ordinance is enforceable, as Mr. Moyers pointed out, is irrelevant, because they said, we will comply. If you request it, we'll do it. And I think that the fact that Mr. Prater, he's now saying, well, we would like, a customer to come in and let's lead the charge. That's exactly what I'm doing. I am a customer. And I want to be able to drink my tap water without having to worry about this. I would like to, Mr. Prater, if you could just answer a couple more questions for me that I thought of along the way here. How many, because basically Knox Chapman provides all the water for South Knox County, like between the two rivers, right? Between French Broad and the Tennessee River.
Most of it's, if you're familiar with, most people know like where Ye Old Steakhouse is there on Chapman Highway.
Yeah.
That's about as far south as we go into Knox County. We have the part of the Island Home area, John Sevier, down to Alcoa Highway, and then the rest of it is really up the Highland View area, Tippin Station, just general South Knox County, the rural part. KUB comes over actually across the river
Through the
there.
city?
Yep.
Okay. And, all right. How many, you think there are about 8,000 customers in South Knox County?
I'd say that it's close. I could get an exact number, but we're about half and half.
Okay, okay. I think that's all the questions.
Okay.
And I want to commend, by the way, Mr. Prater and Knox Chapman. I've said this a number of occasions, but I think they've run, it's my opinion after, getting into it, they've run a very shrewd operation, and they've done a great job in positioning that utility to be able to accommodate new customers and so forth. And so I do want to say publicly that.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. So if they say we will comply, then what's the problem? What's going on here is there is inertia associated with government policies, and that's how bad policies get perpetuated, because it takes a lot of effort to bring about change to a government policy. And I don't believe it's going to be an issue if this body were to say, all right, we're making the request, Knox Chapman, please comply with the removal of fluoride, or please follow the statutory process to remove fluoride, then, oh, by the way, if we make that directive, they still have to go through the statutory process. We can't force the members of the board, the Knox Chapman board, to vote. It's not enforceable, but they say they're going to comply. So it really is just, it's not a problem, and we will reverse the inertia. A good policy will be implemented, and I just don't believe that there's going to be any change to that. No one is going to come along and have the, I think, the drive to try to reverse what we do, because it takes a lot of effort, a lot of will, a lot of firepower, so to speak, to get something like this changed. And the General Assembly has already been clear that, at least based upon this last legislative session, that they don't want to deal with it on a state level. They want it to be dealt with on a local level. So that's what I'm trying to do. And I'm just trying to get a fire started, to get momentum going in that direction. And I think that you all should vote for this, because it will make a change that South Knox County wants. So thank you.
Thank you. One last question, Commissioner Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask the sponsor of this bill if you would like to withdraw this bill as presented and take this up as a private customer, which seems to be the process in which Knox Chapman hears requests for changes in services, or would you like to proceed to a vote that I believe, has been very clear from our law department that we do not have the jurisdiction to do this.
My answer to that is we don't need the jurisdiction to do it because Knox County said they're going to comply, and the only entity.
Okay, so you'd like to proceed?
Please let me, well, you just go ahead. I'll finish whenever you're ready.
No, I'm just asking, would you like to proceed? Would you like to withdraw it and to approach the subject as a private citizen who is a customer of Knox Chapman, or would you like to proceed with a vote tonight?
I'm going, as I said, in responding to your question, we don't need it. We don't need jurisdiction if Knox County says, if you ask, we will comply, because they're the only entity that could challenge it in court. They're the only entity that would have standing to challenge this, and they said, we're not going to do that. If you ask, then we'll comply. So I want to proceed with this today. I've worked very hard on this. I've spent a lot of time on this, and I know, too, that this is an issue that could have mayoral implications. I mean, mayors are the people who appoint these commissioner boards. And so I want to see how people are going to vote on this.
Okay. Madam Chair, given that we do not have the authority to regulate utilities as opined by our law department, and this does not fall in the purview of Knox County, as our law department has said, I am a believer in following the law and following the state and federal law, and I believe we're a law-abiding nation. I call for the vote, and please proceed. I'll make a motion to call for the vote.
We have a call for the vote on the floor. We have got a motion by Commissioner Fox.
I think you have to vote on the calling of the vote first.
I've got to vote on the call.
It needs a second.
Yes, thank you. Do I have a second? All right. So I've got a call on the floor by Commissioner Jay and a second by Commissioner Rawls. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Now, we have got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Fox and a second by Commissioner Russell. This will require a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hill.
A no vote is to vote against this ordinance. No.
Commissioner Lee.
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson. Commissioner Fox.
Aye.
Commissioner Jay.
No.
Commissioner Frazier.
No.
Commissioner Rawls.
No.
Commissioner Durrett.
No.
Commissioner Oster.
No.
Commissioner Jackson is out. Commissioner Russell.
Yes.
All right, the motion fails 7-3. All right. Okay. Public forum, we have no one signed up for open topics. Other business, I'd like to have Commissioner Jay speak to something exciting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just got word, and I want to congratulate all of you all for supporting what is now a nationally award-winning program. Our Junior Commissioner Program received a 2025 Achievement Award from the National Association of Counties in this year's award categories for civics, youth leadership, or civics engagement and education.
Very good.
Kudos, Commissioner Jay, for beginning the whole program. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to you and Commissioner Durrett for the work you did this year. I think the new class has got big shoes to fill. June birthdays, I'd like to recognize Commissioner Jackson is not here, but he had a birthday in June, and Commissioner Fox had a birthday in June, and Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If it's okay, I would like to wish my grandmother. Today is her birthday. She's. I'm not going to say how old she is.
No, I wouldn't.
She's very young, very young. But no, she and my parents and my aunts and uncles are celebrating at Cruise Farm Dairy in Strawberry Plains right now, and yeah, it's too late for me to join them.
Yes, yes. Seeing no other business, I would like to end on a quote from Amelia Earhart that says, "The most difficult thing is the decision to act, and the rest is merely tenacity." facto. Do I have a motion to adjourn? So moved. Second. I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Durrett, second by Commissioner Frazier. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Have a wonderful evening.